morning, Judge. I know Ms. Brooks stepped out. Nothing we need to take up? You stay here. No, yeah. Mr. Hobbs, what we do yesterday? Yes, sir.
Never gonna let them live that down.
They're ready? All right, we're gonna bring him in. Y'all are ready. All right, bring him in, Brooks. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm gonna start back up with witnesses. Go ahead.
Thank you. Our state calls Anthony Townsend to the stand. You raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Deputy Anthony Townsend.
Okay. And where do you work, sir?
I'm currently employed with the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked in Gwinnett County?
Just over a year.
Okay. Before that, where did you work?
Barrow County Sheriff's Office,
And how long did you work there?
2 years.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer in general?
11 years.
11 years. Back in September of 2024, where were you working?
Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
And what were your duties there?
I was currently assigned to the patrol division at the time.
And what kind of shifts did you work?
We worked 12-hour shifts. I worked the evening shift at the time. I was off duty on that day. However, I did get called in to come to work shift.
Okay, so you normally work the evening shift.
Correct.
Okay, and what are the hours of the evening shift?
I believe it was 6:45 to 7 a.m.
Okay, and what generally did you do as a patrol officer?
Generalized patrolling in terms of responding to calls for service, proactive activity in terms of traffic enforcement, and assisting citizens with their needs.
Okay, I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th, 2024. Were you working that day?
I was not at the time I got called in for that morning.
Okay, tell me about how your morning was going that morning.
That morning I was off duty, enjoying my leisure time in the area of Norcross. I got a message from a friend of mine asking if there was something going on at Apalachee High School. I started reaching out to different people that were employed with the agency, trying to figure out the specifics. And by the time I got to my personal residence, I got a message from a supervisor stating to get into the county now. There was something going on.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I honestly do not.
Okay, no problem. So what did you do then?
At that point, I was in full uniform, just waiting on that call to kind of come in anyway. I got in the patrol vehicle and drove to Barrow County, made it to Apalachee High School, at which time I was told to go to another school location due to suspicions of another incident at another location.
Okay. Did you actually go into Apalachee High School?
Not at that time.
Okay. So how far did you get to Apalachee?
I made it onto the school grounds.
Okay. And then how were you told to go somewhere else? Was it over the radio or did you talk to someone?
Honestly, with the chaos, I do not recall.
So where were you told to go?
I was told to go to Winder Barrow High School from there.
Is that another high school in the county?
Correct.
Okay. And what were you told to do at Winderberg High School?
To go secure that location due to suspicions of a possible additional incident occurring.
Were there other deputies besides yourself going to Winderberg High School?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember about how many people?
I do not. There were multiple deputies and other law enforcement officers from multiple different agencies that were at Winder Barrow when I got there.
Okay. And what did you do at Winder Barrow High School?
I began to try to approach the building in order to help secure the location, at which time I was told by a supervisor to go to a third location.
Okay. So did you ever make it inside of Winder Barrow High School?
No.
Okay. So now you're told, is this on the radio or?
I believe that was by phone.
Okay, by phone. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. So you're told to go to another location. Do you
Correct.
remember where you were told to go?
I do not remember the exact address. However, it turned out to be a personal residence.
Okay. Were you given a location to go, or were you given an address to go to?
An address.
Okay. And how did you locate where that address was?
I was given that address by my supervisor. I put that address in my GPS and just drove to that location.
Okay. And was that location in Barrow County?
It was.
Okay. Did anyone else also go to that location?
Deputy Bassinet.
Okay. Did you know him?
Yes.
And you worked with Barrow County also?
Yes.
All right. And what were your instructions to do at that location?
To secure secure the persons at that location, just secure that location.
Okay. And did you know anything about that location?
No.
Did you know why you were sent there?
No.
Okay. Did you know what had happened at Apalachee?
Yes.
And what did you know about what had happened at that time?
At that time, I was only made aware that there had been an active shooter incident in which multiple people had been injured. Was unsure if the victims, how many were deceased, unsure how many active threats there were, or if said active threats had been detained or where they were.
Okay. So you didn't know if anybody had been arrested?
No.
Didn't know, certainly didn't know who had been arrested if
No.
they had been. Okay. So do you remember about what time you arrived at that residence?
I would say roughly 30 minutes after I got in the county.
Okay.
I can tell you time frame exactly. It was about midday, I'd say.
Okay. And what happened when you arrived at the residence?
Myself and Deputy Bassinet approached the residence. He knocked on the front door. I went to the side entrance near the garage carport area.
Okay. This garage carport, was the garage door open? Like
Yes.
the main car part door?
Yes, it was open. I don't believe there's actually a door. I believe it was just more of a carport.
Okay. So you're standing at the carport
Mhm.
and Deputy Bassinet went what
To the front
direction?
door, to my right, to the front door.
Could you tell if he knocked on the door?
Yes, he did. I could hear him knock.
Okay. And did anyone come to the front door?
No, they came out the garage door.
Okay. Where are you positioned as far as the house?
If you're looking at the house on the front left corner near the front door, front side of the building and the side of the building, I was on that corner while he was at the door to my right.
Okay. At that corner, are you able to see both Bassinet and the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And did someone come out?
Yes,
Okay. And who was it that came out?
it was I believe it's Colin Gray.
Okay. And had you asked him to come out, or did he just come out on his own?
He came out after we knocked.
Okay. And did you say anything to him when he came out?
I explained who we were when that we were there with the sheriff's department and that he was not free to leave at that time.
Okay. And did he say anything? Did you ask him any questions?
Initially, no.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
I believe it was something along the lines of he knew something had occurred. His daughter had texted him saying that the school was on lockdown and he was hoping to God that his son hadn't done anything.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about what was in the house?
Yes.
What did you ask him?
I asked him if there were any people, animals, or weapons inside the residence.
And what did he tell you?
He told me there were no other people, no other animals. There were 2 firearms located inside the residence.
Okay. Did you ask him any other questions?
At that time, no.
Okay. And what did y'all do at that time? What was your purpose to do at that time?
My purpose was to simply detain him until we had additional resources there to do whatever was needed at that residence.
Okay. And did additional resources arrive?
Yes.
How quickly did they arrive?
Within, say, 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes or so.
Okay. Was this encounter with Mr. Gray recorded on Deputy Bassinet's body cam?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at that body cam?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect the interaction you have with Mr. Gray?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would like to tender state exhibit number 126, which is on the hard drive.
Any objection? Okay. All right, 126.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to play a clip. It's Deputy Bassinet's body cam, so we're only going to play the clip where he's with Townsend that we're referring to, and that's going to be at 9 minutes, 19 seconds to 13 minutes, 15 seconds. So it's about 4 minutes total.
All right, thank you.
And before we push play, is this what y'all's body cams look like or did look like at Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. At the top right corner, it has a date and a time. Does that appear to be accurate about what time y'all were there?
Yes.
Okay. Is that you coming up the driveway there?
I'm walking by, yes.
Is this one 896? Is this 896? Go ahead. Hey. You're good. All right, yes. We just got here. We're walking on now. All right.
Is that the carport you're referring to?
Yes.
Is that you at the corner?
Yes.
Hey, watch that door over there. This cowboy's on this one.
Anybody else here?
Just you? Just you? All right, come here.
So, and I'm over here discussing what's going on. I'm on here to go through it, sure not to be this long.
No, it's good.
Anybody else now?
No, sir.
You know, animals?
The whole weapons are mine up in my top of my closet.
What are they?
A shotgun and an AR.
Shotgun and AR?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing's loaded.
Okay.
We're gonna wait here until we get one more.
There you go.
God. I knew it's been my little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said, we're in lockdown. I'm like, God almighty, please tell me, brother, please tell me.
So why do you think that? Why would you think that?
I'm trying to get him into counseling. He just didn't fit in last year at high school, so we let him do online school. We brought him back into just doing normal school this year, and he's going okay. We reached out, talked to the school, and said, "Hey, y'all got counselors. We want him to, check in." I filled out some paperwork the other day for another, a third party. Counselor get involved. I think it was called Aware. But basically just gave them permission to go and talk to Colt. Can I use my phone?
Give us just a minute.
You think he's the only one here? We haven't gone in and checked that?
That's all.
We're good away.
Whatever y'all wanna do.
Oh, question I had, right?
Cross?
No problem, good.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
State calls next to us.
The state called Jenny Perkinger. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name as well?
Sure. My name is Jenny Persinger. That's Jennie Persinger.
And can you tell us what you do?
I am Director of Data Assessment and Accountability for the Barrow County School System.
What exactly is that?
So basically, I oversee our system's assessment program, accountability program, and student records and registration as part of my job as well.
Okay. And how long have you worked at the Barrow County School System?
This is my 29th year.
Well, congratulations. So one of the things you oversee is school records. Kind of tell me about how school records are stored and how you're able to access them.
Sure. So our student records are stored in our student information system, which is Infinite Campus. And that is limited therefore to who has access to a student. So a teacher on their roll could see student records, but then I have access to all the student records.
Okay. And then in addition to having access to student records, do you also have access to emails that originate out of the school system or are sent to the school system?
Generally, I do not have access to emails that don't involve my account. I can access emails sent from the registration system.
Okay. And how are emails stored in the school system or through the school system?
So I don't work in the IT department, but it's my understanding that they're stored in a Microsoft cloud.
Okay. And then approximately how long are they stored?
Again, I believe it's up to 2 weeks after an employee is no longer employed with us, or that account is then cut off.
So if that employee is still working at the Barrow County School System, then those emails will exist while they're working there.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. While they're looking through those emails, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about school records. So you indicated you have access to school records through Infinite Campus. Can you just tell us what Infinite Campus is for those of us who don't have children in this area?
Sure. Infinite Campus is our school student information system. So it's where our schedules for students are, where grades are stored, attendance, but then also records that come in like during the registration process, immunization records, a student's birth certificate, things like that.
Okay. And in the school records that are a part of a Barrow County student's records, do you have access to their enrollment records from other schools?
So when a student enrolls with us, we request records from the previous school, and that would include, they would have done the same thing. So it builds that record that shows previous enrollments, yes.
Would this also include enrollment at online schools, home schools, or private schools?
It should. If those have been reported, then when we request those records, they would come in.
So if a Barrow County student enrolls at an online school, how would you be made aware of that?
So it depends on whether that's a public school or a private school. Regardless, the online school would then request the records from us. If the student is leaving us to go to that school, they would do the same as we would, request records. But I can also access a state database. So if it's a Georgia public school, I can see that the student has moved to that school.
Okay. And if an online school requested records from the Barrow County school system, would that be something that y'all would keep track of as well?
Yes.
What about a private school? How would y'all be made aware of a Barrow County student attending a private school?
Again, generally, a private school would send us records requests. They would need that to know where to place the student, what services were needed. In Georgia, that's also required that Georgia private schools inform the school district that the student would attend. So any Georgia private school would let me know of any Barrow County residents that were enrolled with them.
And would that include private online schools as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, homeschool. Tell us about how you would be made aware of a Barrow County student being homeschooled.
There's no direct indication we would get except from a parent to tell us, and then we would go look for a declaration of intent to homeschool is required by the state of Georgia if you're going to homeschool. So once a parent says, lets us know we plan to homeschool, we go look for that filed declaration of intent.
And that is something that would also be made a part of your record for that student?
Yes.
If a child is being homeschooled, does that new declaration of intent have to be made every year?
Yes, I believe it has to be filed within 30 days of starting homeschool and then annually thereafter.
I'm going to go ahead, kind of returning to the emails. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 136.1, 136.2, 136.3, and then 0.4, 0.5, and 0.6 for the record.
Okay.
Will you look over those and just let me know if you recognize them?
I do.
And can you tell us what you recognize those as?
There are various emails that were sent regarding some enrollments.
And are they a fair and accurate copy of the emails regarding enrollment? And for what students are they related to?
Yes, they appear to be accurate. These are in regards to, I think these are all in regards to Colt Gray.
Okay, thank you. All right, this time I would like to introduce into evidence 136.1 through 136.6.
Judge, we do have some problems with some of the writings that are on those exhibits. So from the standpoint of them being able to put into evidence is one thing that I don't think would be proper, but some of the juries need to go over some of those to get something with that.
I haven't seen the exhibits. Do you know what he's referring to? Or how-
I don't know what he was referring to. The state believes that they would all be admissible and be able to be published to the jury. We're not publishing them to the jury for a little bit. I think it won't be told towards the end of her testimony, but we do believe they would be able to be published.
There are communications between Marcy Gray, apparently she's asking for some of these records at some point in that. So we do have some issues with that at this point.
Ms. Gray is going to testify later during this trial. Also, we're not offering them for the truth of the matter asserted, but offering them for the purpose of showing that she was the one communicating with the school about registration. And so none of the wording in the emails are being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, which means they would not be subject to the hearsay rule.
Well, there's still continuing testimony, so we still have a problem. I think we just need to look at it. I don't want to be going out of the problem.
And when you say there's still continuing testimony, you mean your contention is they should not be with the jury during the deliberations.
Right.
Which is not, that's not an admissibility issue, that's a, well, they go back to the jury.
Right.
While it's, I saw the large notebook handed to the defense. Do you anticipate us having issues needing to discuss the admissibility of whatever's in the notebook there?
We've looked through this notebook. There may be a couple of things, but we'll get to that when court comes to.
And with this particular witness, we're introducing, they are school records for the entirety of Colt Gray's schooling. And so we are getting into enrollment history with Ms. Persinger, but we're not getting into other details of those records.
All right. And I need to see these exhibits. 2 and point 3 seem to just appear to just be information passed on to a parent. Do you have any issue with those?
Judge, the problem is, I think we're gonna find that Marcy Gray is not communicating many of these things to Colin Gray. So, unless they can show that there's communication between the parties, where if she found out something she didn't tell Colin Gray, then that, I think, would be an issue. So,
I don't think that's the issue because in opening statement, it was said that Colin Gray was the one who registered Colt for school, and these records show that it was Marcy who was communicating. That's the purpose of introducing them, to point out that that is inaccurate, and we get to provide evidence of something that is different from what was said in opening. 2, this is not about communicating, it is about when Colt was registered for school. We're not saying that it was communicated to Colin or not. Ms. Gray can testify to that later. These are about public records, or not public records. These are about school records when Colt was registered. It does go against what was said in opening about Mr. Gray being the one who registered, which is also makes it relevant, but also goes to when Colt was actually in school, whether or not he was in school in 8th grade, who's in charge of registering, the dates related to that. So they're all relevant, they're all admissible. We're not offering to say the truth of what Marcy said in the emails, just that she sent the email and that she's the one communicating with the school, and it is about the registration process.
So this is a quick review. I believe they're admissible to show that the school is receiving communication. And from Marcy Gray, I don't know how they, other than it says Marcy Gray, I don't know how they know who it's from exactly. You may want to go into that, but I don't see anything that is necessarily certain for the truth of the matter, other than Ms. Gray is reportedly reaching out, making inquiry. Now, if you go to publish one, and Mr. Berry, if you see particular content in an email that you think they are in fact offering for the truth of the matter asserted, bring that up, and depending on the ruling, I'll instruct the jury accordingly. So I'm going to provisionally admit 136.1 through 136.6.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, I am next going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibits 127, 128, 129, 130, and 131. These are school records for Colt Gray for attending the various schools. We are introducing these all under the business records exception that we have filed notice of. And I will announce for the record which the various schools are. 127 is Barrow County School Records. 128 is Hall County School Records. 129 is Ben Hill School Records. 130 is West Jackson School Records. And 131 is Jefferson City School Records. Also, 194 is Forsyth County School Records. So we have business records for each one of these. They are all listed in this book, tabbed by the school name.
All right. And I assume you received notice of the business record.
Correct.
Any objection to 127, 8, 9, 130, 131, 194? How's there possibility? All right, there it is.
And we are not going to publish those yet, Your Honor. We will publish some of those through a different witness. You mentioned that enrollment records are a part of each student's record. Have you had an opportunity to review Colt Gray's student records as well as his enrollment records?
Yeah, like the registration paperwork?
Yes, yes. Okay. And in doing that, was there a kind of timeline of the schools that Colt attended created?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review that and check the accuracy of that timeline?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 134. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's a enrollment history that was put together based on all the schools that Colt has attended.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the enrollment history?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would like to introduce an evidence, say Exhibit 134.
Any objection?
No, Judge, if it's based on the book that we just saw, that's where that information came from. Now, I'm not clear, did you do that yourself or have someone else do it?
It was provided to me and I had a chance to review it.
And who provided it to you?
The state did.
Since she didn't do it herself, Judge, I will object to it.
Ms. Brooks, you want to just clear up any foundation for the, I believe you said the timeline?
Yes, Your Honor. So as far as I understand that you initially did not do it, when you received it, did you check it against the enrollment records?
I did.
And did you make additions to it to make sure that it was in fact in line with the enrollment records?
I did.
So it is a fair and accurate timeline of the school history of Colt Gray.
It is.
And is that based on the notebook, the large notebook that was just admitted? And
I haven't seen that notebook. I looked at the enrollment history for each school system that I believe Colt has attended.
And we have, the enrollment history is a part of those records.
all right. Can you show her the notebook to confirm that these are the enrollment? I realize I shouldn't see the notebook itself, but whether or not these are the records.
And once you flip through it and verify that that includes the enrollment histories, just let me know.
Yes, this appears to have all the enrollment records.
Thank you. Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
All right, 134 is admitted.
Thank you. And at this time, we are going to display that. We're just going to go through the timeline.
Okay.
Okay. I know we're going to zoom in at the bottom. And just for the record, the history start at the bottom and go to the top?
Correct. His original school enrollment would have been at the bottom, yes.
Okay. And actually, before we do that, can we go to the top line so we can explain what each one of the
And this is
columns are?
134 being displayed.
Yes, this is 134. All right, so in the top column, can you just tell us which each of those columns are and what they mean? I know some of them are self-explanatory, but
Right.
just for the record.
Okay, so the school year would be from the fall to the spring, like we call this current school year, the 25-26 school year. The grade would be what grade the student was enrolled in. The registration date would be the date registration for that school system was completed. First day of school, obviously the first day of school attended, last day of school attended by the student, and then what school and county or school district that was part of.
Is there a difference, before we get to is there a difference between registration date and enrollment date?
There is. So a parent completes registration, but it could be at 4:00 one afternoon. And we need to let the school have time to process. So it may be that they don't start that day because it's 4:00 in the afternoon. They would start the next day, which would be their first day of school.
Okay, so first day of school is really the date of enrollment also.
Correct.
Okay, all right, sorry about that. We now start at the bottom. All right, so here we have Colt's history starting from early kindergarten or pre-K. Can you tell us kind of just go through it all the way through Statham Elementary, what year and what he did that year?
Sure. So the first school year is the 2014-2015 school year, when Colt was in early kindergarten, or what the state calls pre-K. The registration was completed October the 24th, and he started on December the 1st and then completed the school year. It moves to 2015-2016. He was in kindergarten. There's no need for a registration date because he was already registered with the school system. Started school on August the 4th of 2015 and then completed the grade. Moved 2016-2017 school year to first grade. Started on August the 1st and completed the grade, and then moved to 2017-2018 and the second grade. Started on August the 2nd and completed the grade, all at Statham Elementary here in Barrow County.
Okay, and so that you brought up a good point I want to clarify. So each year, if you are remaining in the same school system, do you automatically just get enrolled for the next year?
In Barrow County, we do not require a new enrollment every year.
Okay. So if someone ended up leaving over the summer and going to a new school, how are you notified of that?
We would know when the student doesn't arrive, and we start then looking to see if they transferred somewhere, or the new school may have already sent us a record request.
All right, now let's move to the next block of, all right, so starting with third grade, talk us through the different schools he went to in this, or in these rows.
Sure. So in the 2018-2019 school year, he was in third grade. He was still at Statham Elementary in Barrow County, so there's no new registration date. Started the first day of school being August the 1st, and this one indicates a last day of school of 5/22/2019 because he didn't return to us after that.
And then where did he start fourth grade?
In 2019-2020, he was reported being in fourth grade at White Sulphur Elementary in Hall County. There's a registration date of August the 7th and the first day of school of August the 8th, but then an end date of November the 21st.
Okay.
So then he moved, appears to Chattahoochee Elementary in Forsyth County and started there in December of 2019 and stayed until February of 2020.
Okay, so he was withdrawn from Forsyth February 20th, 2020 in his fourth grade year?
Yeah, it appears that was his last day of school there, yes.
And so for the beginning of fourth grade at White Sulphur Elementary, he registered August 7th and started August 8th. Is it possible to start school that quickly after registering?
But I can't answer for how Hall County.
Or I guess in Barrow
schools
County.
were. In Barrow County, yes, depending on how early in that day we have let the schools know. The school could have a schedule ready by the next day, particularly in elementary school where it's not quite as complicated as high school, where you have to figure out a schedule and credits.
Okay. And essentially, if I guess the parent provides you with all the paperwork, then they're good to go for starting school.
Correct. And the registration date would be all that paperwork having been completed.
Completed. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move to the next grouping of schools. All right, so now we're still in fourth grade. Tell us where he then went to fourth grade and go through the rest of that history at Ben Hill.
Sure. So when he left Chattahoochee Elementary in Forsyth County, February 20th, he moved on to Ben Hill Elementary in Ben Hill County. February the 28th was when the registration was done, and March the 4th was the first day he was reported as being in attendance.
Okay.
And then he completed fourth grade there. The 2020-21 school year, he was still enrolled at Ben Hill County Elementary School as a fifth grader. And it looks like he completed the entire school year.
And then what happened in sixth grade?
So in sixth grade, he started at Ben Hill County Middle School in the sixth grade of 21-22. At July 28th would have been the first day he was in attendance. And then it says his last day was December the 14th of that year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And now we'll move to the next grouping of schools. So now we are still in sixth grade. Take us through sixth and seventh grade.
Okay, so still in the 21-22 school year, he's still in sixth grade, registered in February at West Jackson Middle School in Jackson County, started school on February the 8th, and has a last day of school of May the 25th, which was probably the end of the school year.
And then what about seventh grade?
The 2022-2023 school year, he was in seventh grade, starting July the 29th. It's still at West Jackson Middle School in Jackson County, and then was withdrawn on August the 19th was his last day there.
And for seventh grade, where did he attend after he was withdrawn from West Jackson on August 19th of 2022?
So the records show that in that same school year as a seventh grader, he then moved to Jefferson Middle School, registered at the end of August, started September 2nd, and stayed until May the 19th, 2023, which I believe was the end of their school year.
Now let's move to eighth and ninth grade. Take us through those last three columns.
Okay, so in the 2023-2024 school year, he would have been in eighth grade, and in Barrow County Schools, we did process a registration on August the 8th of 2023, but he never actually attended school, so he's not considered enrolled. We registered him for Hammond Morris Middle School, but he did not attend. Then there was a second registration that year. Again, in February of 24, registration paperwork was completed, but then he never attended school at Hammond Morris that year.
Okay. So for his eighth grade year, did he attend any schools according to his enrollment records for the state as well as for Barrow County?
He did not attend any Barrow County schools, and there's no history of him being in a Georgia public school in eighth grade.
Is there any indication or history of him attending a public online school in his eighth grade year?
If it was a Georgia public school, it would have been in the school records that I can see in the state database, and there is no enrollment there.
Was there any enrollment, or is there any record of enrollment in a private online school that you could see, or any requests for records from an online private school?
We had no request for records, and we had no private school report him as being enrolled with them.
And what about a homeschool? Was a homeschool affidavit filed for Colt Gray for the eighth grade year?
There is not a declaration of intent to homeschool filed with a Barrow County address for Colt Gray.
As far as Colt Gray's, I guess, entire school history, was there any evidence that he ever attended any online school throughout his schooling?
I have seen no indication of that.
What about homeschool? Any indication that he ever attended homeschool?
No, not that I've seen.
Okay. Now we'll move to ninth grade. So he did not attend any schools in eighth grade. And then now we have moved to ninth grade, which is the 2024-2025 year. Tell us about that.
So in 2024-2025, he was registered as a ninth grader. The registration was completed on August the 6th of 24. His first day of school was August the 14th of 2024.
Okay. And when was his last day of school?
September the 4th, 2024.
Okay. Now, in order for a student to be registered, who has to fill out the registration?
So it has to be a legal, parent or guardian that completes the registration. And it would be who the child is living with, or who has, sometimes
Custody.
we have to read custody papers. Sometimes we have to determine who has the right to register a child. And generally it's where they're spending their evenings, where they lay their head at night, basically.
All right, now I'm going to return to the emails that we introduced earlier. I want to first talk about Colt's registration in August of 2023 for the first registration for his 8th grade year. Who is the registrar at Heyman Morris Middle School?
The registrar at Heyman Morris Middle School is Michelle Principe.
And generally, what are her duties?
She would, once the central registration department processes a registration, she would get notification of that, and she would work on with the school administration on creating a schedule for that student, making sure any services that had been indicated were provided, and then requesting the records from the previous school.
If someone is registered but doesn't start, would she be the one who kind of follows up to figure out, hey, what's going on with this kid?
She would start that process.
Okay. I'm going to introduce into evidence 136.1, which is an email between Colin Gray and Michelle Principe from August 10th and August 15th of 2023. I'm going to just kind of show this to the jury real quick before we put it up on the stand. Is it kind of the email thread where it starts at the bottom and it goes to the top?
It is.
Okay. So we're going to start with the bottom, which would be the first email. Pull that up. Yeah. Okay. So can you say, as we go through these emails, tell us who sent the email, to whom it was sent, the day, and then just read the email.
Sure. So this was sent from Michelle Principe on August the 10th of 2023 at 12:51 in the afternoon. Can't see on here who it was sent to. It does say good afternoon. I was expecting to meet you and Colt this morning. Is there an issue with him starting school?
Okay. And then that next email, which would be the response email, let's pull that up.
So the response is from Colin Gray. The answer came at 6:08 p.m. of August the 15th. Following up on the email I thought I'd sent you regarding Colt, he has decided to move down to Fitzgerald, Georgia to be with his mother, sister, and brother. He no longer lives with me.
And so is that email 5 days after Michelle's original email?
Yes, I believe it said the 10th.
Okay. All right. Now we are going to move to the February enrollment for February of 2024 for the 4th grade or the 7th grade year again. Was Jenny Colt?
8th grade. Yeah.
Sorry, for the 8th grade. Did I say 7th? Moving to February 2024 for 8th grade for Colt and 7th grade for Jenny Gray. Was she also enrolled at Heyman Morris around this, or registered around the same time that Colt was in February?
I believe so. I don't
Okay.
have the dates memorized.
I'm going to start with 136.2. If we could pull that up, and can you just zoom in on the top of the email before you get to Apalachee High School? All right. So what is the subject of this email?
The subject says Colt Gray is enrolled for 8th grade at Heyman Morris Middle School.
Okay. And who is it from?
It says the account is RG notification at Barrow. That was from our registration system. It's an automatic email once we process a registration.
And how does the automatic email determine what email the notification is sent to?
So it's sent to the email provided during the registration process for the parent, and then those other 2 Barrow County addresses are Barrow County employees.
And what was the email address in February of 2024 that the notification was sent to?
It was sent to graycoley444@gmail.com.
And what is the purpose of this email?
So this is to let the parent or guardian know that the registration has been processed, and they can contact the school to know what their start date would be.
Okay. Now we're going to move to 136.3. All right, if we could also zoom in just on kind of under Georgia immunization form. All right, kind of tell us the subject of this and who it was from and who it was to.
The subject is Jenny Reen and Colt Gray. It is from Cynthia Papel, the Barrow County email address, Barrow County Schools email address, sent on February the 2nd of 2024 at 8:58 in the morning, sent to that Colin Gray at 444@gmail.com email address.
Okay, and who is Cynthia Patel?
She is one of the registration employees.
And what is the purpose of this email?
Just to let a parent or guardian know that we're missing some forms, that we are allowed to do a provisional enrollment while the parent provides those. So in this case, it looks like his Georgia immunization form, or both students, I guess, Georgia immunization forms were missing.
Okay, and now we're going to move to 136.4. And again, these emails go from bottom to top. So we're going to start with the bottom email. But before we do that, can you tell us who this email thread is between?
This appears to be between Michelle Principe, again, the registrar at Heyman Morris Middle School, and Colin Gray at that Gmail account.
Okay, so let's start on the bottom one. What did Michelle Principe send to the defendant?
It says on Monday, February 5th at 7:57 in the morning, Ms. Principe wrote, "Sir, please confirm that both children are starting school tomorrow."
Okay, and so their start date would have been February, or was supposed to be February 6th. Is that correct?
Based on that
And
information.
did either of them start February 6th?
I have to go back and review records. I know that Colt did not. I'm not positive what Jenny's first day was. I have to look.
Maybe the next email will help.
Okay.
If you could read the next email, when it was and who sent it.
Sorry. So Colin Gray responded the next evening, 9:52 p.m. to Michelle to say, "Good evening. Jenny received all of her updated shots late this afternoon. She is running a fever tonight and feels nauseous. We will have her there Thursday morning. Thanks for all your help."
Okay. And then, so at the night that they were supposed to start is when he said, "Hey, they're not starting today," essentially.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll follow up to the next one.
So at February 7th, so the next morning at 8:37 a.m., Ms. Principe emailed the Gmail account to say, "I'm waiting for Colt's arrival."
Okay. So when does she sends that the next day, say, "Hey, we're waiting on Colt's arrival." Okay. All right. And we are going to we're going to come back to that final. There's one more email that we need to, but we'll come back to that in a second. So we're going to move to starting school in 9th grade. So I'm going to introduce 136.5. And could you again zoom in on the top? Okay, so is this that same email for when your kid is registered?
Correct. It just this time says Colt Gray is enrolled for 9th grade at Apalachee High School.
Okay, and who was this email sent to?
It is sent to a marcy.a.gray@gmail.com as well as to Barrow County Schools employees.
Okay, and then again, is that the email that was put in during registration? That's how y'all
That's
figured
where that
that out.
email address would have come from.
Okay, Now we're going to move to 136.6, which are emails related to registering for ninth grade. We're going to start with the bottom email again. So this is on August 6th from Karen Atkins. Who is Karen Atkins?
So she is a retired employee who comes in contract in the summer to help process the registrations that are in a large volume at the beginning of the school year.
Okay. And what is she requesting? And you don't have to read it word for word, but what is she requesting be sent for registration?
She needs what we call a proof of residency. We need something that shows that you live within our district to be able to enroll. So she's looking for a utility bill or a lease. And she specifically said in Dad's name, because that's whose name was on the registration. So she's looking for, does the lease have Colin Gray on it?
Okay. And if we can move to the next email, who responds to that, or who was that email to, and who responded?
So that email was sent to that Marcy A. Gray Gmail account, and the response is signed by Marcy Gray.
Okay. And does she indicate how she's going to get that information to her?
She says, I attached pictures to this email, so I'm guessing that would have been of the lease to include the 24-month lease term. And then she kind of qualifies the name of why there's Colin and Coley on two different records.
And does she also attach a utility bill?
Yes, and says to wait for the shot record.
Okay. And then the next email, and does Marcy Grace, what is her response?
So at 11:12, this Marcy Gray email it says attached to the immunization form 3231 is just basically the name of the form, saying that it's now complete.
All right, and now we'll move to the next email in that chain. Is there more paperwork that they need?
Yes, so the registration employee is saying we have the City of Winder bill, so basically the utility bill that we can use, but the immunizations are expired and that we have until September the 6th to get those, or the provisional enrollment is ended.
And then how does, who responds to that?
Again, that Marcy Gray email replies with yes. And can we have a phone call at 2:00? And is there a phone number my husband needs to call?
Okay. And then what is, does Karen Atkins respond to that?
So she indicates that she needs to talk to Dad because he is the name as the registering parent, and that she's not been able to get in touch with him and needs a number.
And what is the next email?
A number is provided by that Marcy Gray Gmail account.
Okay. All right. And we'll move to the next email in that chain.
And Karen just replies that she'll follow through on that.
Okay. And then again to the next email in that chain.
So the Marcy Gray emails, that user sends an email that says, thanks for your help. And how do we get Colt's schedule to log into the parent portal, which is a function of Infinite Campus that allows a parent to log in to see schedules and grades and communications with school. And it indicates that it says, my husband does not remember his parent portal login information. So how can we get that info to log in?
Okay. And is this all happening on August 6th?
Yes.
Now let's move to that next email.
So Karen is letting her know what his student ID number is, how to get help if you're not sure how to log in. That iparent.help is an address that has users that can help get logged in. And then says, but I don't see his name for parent portal, so someone would have to set that up for him.
Okay. So at that point, in order to kind of tell us how you set up a parent portal.
So you can do it online. We have instructions online of where to go and how to do that. But then there's also this iparent.help email address has users on the end that can help struggling parents and either reset passwords or help set up account if you're struggling with that.
Okay. And then the following email is from who?
It is now on August the 7th, again from that Marcy Gray Gmail account that says, I've tried resetting his password with several different usernames. None of them are working. Is there a way to reset both the username and the password to get back into the portal?
Okay, and then does Karen respond?
Yes, she says, try creating a new account from scratch.
Okay, and then we'll go to the final email.
The Marcy Gray email replied in the afternoon and said that worked. Thank you so much. But when I log in and view his info and schedule for Apalachee, it's all blank.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that completes for the emails for August 6th and 7th, that registration process. Okay. And then okay, we are going to go back briefly to the February registration for 8th grade of Colt Gray.
Okay.
So if you remember, we were looking at emails and Michelle Principe asked, I'm awaiting on Colt's arrival, essentially. All right, we're going to pull the rest of that text thread. So we have back to,
right,
I'm waiting for Colt's arrival. And what time was that at?
She sent that at 8:37 in the morning on February the 7th.
Okay. And then when did Colin Gray at vanwinkleco.com respond to the February 7th email?
This email is from February the 13th at 7:20 in the morning that says, at this point, we will be signing him up for online classes.
And then the Michelle Principe followed up. All right, and what, and what does Michelle Principe follow up with?
So she replies about 3 minutes later that says, thank you, and I will withdraw him for now.
Okay. And so when someone indicates that they are starting a different school and she says, I will withdraw him now, what exactly is the process when that happens? Do you still have to wait on records to see if they have in fact enrolled in another school?
Correct. We would look for records, but technically he was never enrolled with us. So we wouldn't have received records, or then we would not have expected to be contacted to send records because he never actually was enrolled with us.
Okay. And then in his history, his enrollment history, there is no evidence that he ever signed up for an online school.
Not that I have seen. No.
Okay. I'm going to next show you Exhibit 135. And then I'm going to, before I enter that, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Let me just have you hold that and then. Also, in this book is States Exhibit 132 and 133, which is that on the front page. 132 and 133 is the enrollment history for Coley and Jenny Gray. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the enrollment history that you provided to the state?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 132 and 133, which are the enrollment histories for Jenny and Colin Gray, which are the siblings of Colt Gray.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
132,
Thank you. And so for Jenny Gray, what grade was she in for the 2023-2024 school year?
I'm sorry, who was that?
For Jenny Gray for 2023-2024 school year?
So she has 2 lines of enrollment, one for Ben Hill County and one for Barrow County.
Okay. And what was her first day for Barrow County?
She started at Heyman Morris Middle School on February the 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And I guess that was the day she was registered.
That would have been her first day of attendance.
Okay. And then for Colin Gray, what grade was he in for the 2023-2024 school year?
He was in the 2nd grade.
Okay. And where did he start school?
There's a line of enrollment for Ben Hill County at Ben Hill County Primary School, and then a line of enrollment for Austin Road Elementary School here in Barrow County,
And when did he start at Austin Road Elementary School?
January the 16th of 2024.
Okay. Now we're going to move to Colt Gray's 9th grade year. I have shown you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 135. Is that can you tell us what that is?
Sure, this is a calendar that shows basically the first month of the school year and indicates Colt Gray's school attendance.
And is it a fair and accurate compilation of his dates of attendance?
Yes.
And how is it compiled and what manner does it look like?
So it indicates when we started school, when his registration was completed, and then it's marked in blue the days that he attended and has red X's for the days that he was not there.
And is it in the form of a calendar?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 135, which is a calendar of Colt's attendance for the beginning of the school year for 2024-2025.
Any objection?
I think they're using it for demonstrative purposes, so they're not.
And that's something we can discuss later.
All right, 135 is submitted.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to kind of just have you take us through this calendar. Again, what was the first day of school for Barrow County for the school year of 2024?
So in the 24-25 school year, Barrow County Schools started, our first day of school was August the 1st of 2024.
Okay, and then he was registered on what date?
On August the 6th is when the registration paperwork was completed.
And then what was his actual first day of attendance at Apalachee High School?
His first day of attendance was August the 14th.
And then take us through his attendance from the 14th up until the 26th.
Okay, so on the 14th is his first day present, and then he was absent that next Thursday and Friday. He came back to school on Monday, the 19th, and was returned again on the 20th, then was absent the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. The next Monday is the 26th, and he was present. I think that was referred to previously as that he was not necessarily in class, but he was at school. And then he was absent the 27th, 28th, and 29th. We were out of school the 30th and the 1st for the Labor Day holiday. And then he was absent on the 3rd, came back on the 4th.
All right, and then we also have an indication on the 28th, Deborah Polhamus meets with Lisa Butler at Apalachee. Is that Colt's grandmother?
I believe it is, yes.
And is Lisa Butler the counselor at Apalachee High School?
Lisa Butler is a counselor at Apalachee.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a short break. Before cross, okay. All right, 10 to 15 minute break. I've been informed that you're needing a break. That's. All ready for them?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, they're ready, bring them in, folks.
Yes, sir. Oh. Two in the restroom.
Don't do it.
If they need more, 15 minutes. Probably the one. Yes.
Gray.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
I want to ask you a few questions about the information that you were giving. As I understand, and I think you have State's Exhibit 134 up there with you. It's the one sheet of paper.
Yes, sir.
Did you provide that to the state, or did they provide that to you?
I provided the state the printouts of each enrollment history from each district, and they compiled them into one piece of paper.
Okay. And then they did that piece of paper, correct?
Yes, and then sent it to me to review.
The large book that you have there, I think it's State's Exhibit 127 through 134, 166, 189, 190, and I think 193. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide all that information to them?
I provided all the documents. I did not put the notebook together. Well, actually, I provided Barrow County school records. I'm guessing they subpoenaed records from other districts.
In looking through the book, there are school records that are sent by custodians of the various schools. Did they provide that to you, or did they provide it to the state?
There may be some duplicates. If I had requested records that became part of school records in Barrow County that I provided. It appears they also subpoenaed records from each individual school district.
All right, but I think you'd indicated you had not seen that book until today.
The
The
book put
content,
together,
some
no.
of them you have seen, but not that
Correct.
particular book, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to be clear, the 9th grade, which would be September when this incident occurred, Mr. Gray, Colin Gray, had registered all 3 children. Isn't that correct?
All 3 children were registered. I'd have to go back and appear. I do believe they were all, he was listed as the registering parent for all 3.
Okay. It was not his wife, but it was he that registered all 3 children.
I mean, I can't tell you who was actually doing the typing on the other end of the computer, but his name was what was listed, yes.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Gray was not in this county?
I did not.
You did not. What about the 8th grade? Do you know where the children were living in the 8th grade? Or what he would have been in the 8th grade? Colt?
I do not. Registration, proof of residency would have been provided, but I didn't process that registration.
Okay. So do you know who may have attempted to register him in the 8th grade other than that document that you have there?
Who had attempted to register him? Again, I don't process each individual registration, so I could go back and look at those records, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
You don't know in the 8th grade whether Colt Gray was living with his father or mother, correct?
I don't know. I would have to go back and look at what documents were provided to us.
Well, the state showed you an email which indicated that he, Mr. Gray, Colin Gray, had said that Colt was not going to be registered because he was going to be living with his mother in Fitzgerald. Is that
Yes,
correct?
I believe that was the August of 23 registration.
Correct, which would have been 8th grade?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you don't know how long he lived with his mother that year?
I do not.
Okay. In the 7th grade, do you know whether Mr. Gray, Colin Gray, and Marcy Gray were together or not?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. So you don't know whether Mr. Gray or Ms. Gray went down to the school to assist in registering the children for the 7th grade?
In Barrow County, it is all done online. You don't go to the school.
Okay, well, in the 7th grade, they were at Jefferson Middle, right?
I believe that's right. In Colt's 7th grade year,
And
he
did you-
started at West Jackson Middle and then moved to Jefferson City. Yes.
And do you know whether the other 2 children were also registered there?
For the 23-24 school year, it looks like Jenny started in Ben Hill and moved, I'm sorry, 22-23 school years, the year we're talking about, sorry. Jenny started in Jackson County, went to Jefferson City, and then went to Ben Hill County.
Your records don't reflect when Colin Gray and Marcy Gray were still together. Would there be anything in your records that would reflect that?
If there were some kind of custody agreement in records, maybe, but I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. So from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade, there were a number of schools that the children attended. That'd be fair to say?
From Colt's 2nd grade year,
Yes, ma'am.
he was still in Barrow County through 3rd grade. And then beginning in 4th grade, yes, he went to a number of schools.
Right. Hall, Forsyth, and Ben Hill. Right?
Hall, Forsyth, and Ben Hill through the 6th grade, and Jackson County in the 6th grade.
And do you know whether or not Colin Gray and Marcy Gray were together during his 4th grade?
I'm not aware.
All right. I think that's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Any regrets?
Just briefly. This to you for reference.
Thank you.
So you mentioned that registering for Barrow County Schools is all online,
Yes,
correct? And so in order to register a child for Barrow County, you have to list, you indicated essentially the custodial parent as the registering parent. Is that correct?
correct.
That does not mean that that parent is the one filling out the form, correct?
It should be, but I can't promise who's on the other end of the computer. There is a parent ID that has to be provided to match the registering parent.
Okay. And then the emails from August related to registration that are from Marcy Gray, do those discuss the other parent?
I mean, this one that is signed by Marcy Gray, she's referring to Colin and Coley Gray, saying that they're the same name and his name would be on the lease.
Okay. So she's the one who's, I think, setting up the phone call and that kind of thing.
Correct. And she refers to him as my husband.
And is it your understanding that these are the only emails related to registration for the August 2024 timeframe?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So there are no emails from Colin or Coley Gray.
I do not believe so.
All right. Thank you.
Just one question. Do you have anything in your record to indicate that Marcy Gray came to Barrow County in 2024 to do anything for registration?
I do not have record of that.
Thank you, Andrew. There you go. State calls next week.
State calls Suzette.
If you could raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay, if you could introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the lady here.
Okay. My name is Suzette Giddens. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I was working as a school counselor in Ben Hill Middle School. My name is SUJETTEGIDDENS.
So you said you worked at Ben Hill County School System?
Yes,
And how long did you work there?
about 15 years.
Okay. Do you still work there now?
I'm working part-time now.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to the school year of 2021 into 2022.
Okay.
Was Colt Gray enrolled in your school at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what grade was he going into?
He must have been 6th grade.
Okay. And is that the first grade for Ben Hill Middle
Yes.
School? Okay. Did you know of Colt Gray when he was in 5th grade? I know it wasn't your school, but did you know of him?
I was not familiar with him.
Okay. Were you familiar with his family?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with his family?
I've been friends with his grandmother for many years.
And what's her name?
Debbie Polhamus.
Okay. And so did you know that a Colt Gray existed?
Oh, yes,
Okay.
yes.
And did you expect him coming to your school?
I saw his name on the rosters.
Okay. But you'd never met him before?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Now, 2021, that was during COVID, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. What was the operating, how was your school operating? I know everybody kind of did things different.
Students were working, they had their Chromebooks and they were working from home. And that's what Colt was doing at the beginning of that year.
Okay. Did you have any issues with Colt, or did the school have any issues with Colt and that online, or not the online, but the at-home learning?
He was not consistent with doing the assignments.
Okay. And did something specific happen in August of that year?
Yes, our district has a program on all the school devices that monitor searches. And if words such as death or guns or drugs or any of those words sort of throws up a flag to the administrative staff and the counselors for us to follow up with.
Okay. And did that happen with Colt?
It did.
And what was the word that flagged?
The first word that flagged was abuse.
Okay. And do you remember when that was?
That was in August
Okay.
of
Do you
2021.
keep is it part of the process of your school system to have a way to log things in as they happen?
Yes,
Okay. And do you participate in that system?
I do.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a copy of that?
Sure.
Judge will have the same objection on this. There's a lot of writing there. I think it would be a continued testimony. I'm not sure exactly what part they want to.
Your Honor, I'm not going to tender it into evidence. It's a recorded recollection. We could tender it and have her read from it, but at this point, I'm just going to use it to refresh her recollection.
Is it a marked exhibit?
Sir,
Is it a marked exhibit?
it is not, Your Honor. I'm just using it to refresh her recollection. I'm going to show you, do you recognize just the general nature of that form?
Yes, this is our contact log.
Okay. And do everybody in the school system, if they have contact or something, they would put
They
it
would
in?
put that in. Yes,
Okay. And you are a part of that also?
yes,
Okay. I want to take your attention. Does it go by date and time?
it does.
Okay. I want to move you over to the 20th or the 19th of August.
Okay,
All right. And do you see where you put in a log for what had happened about the word searching for abuse?
yes.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to when that search was done?
Yes, it was in August the 20th of 2021.
Okay. When was the search done?
The search was done on the night previously, I think.
Okay.
And then when we came in that morning, we saw the alert and we began to follow up on it.
Okay. And was there a second search after the word abuse?
Yes, it was how to kill your dad.
Okay. what is the protocol? So he's not at school when this is
He
happening.
is not at school.
Okay. So what do you do about that?
Okay, if he's at school, we would immediately brought him in and talked with him. Since he was not at school, I attempted to get in touch with him, I guess by phone. I did not get a response. I tried to get in touch with his mom. We did not get a response. And so it was decided that we would send the resource officer from the school to the home to make sure that everyone was safe.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did the school resource officer go out to the
Yes.
home?
Mhm.
Okay. And what was your understanding of how things were at the home?
He found everyone to be safe. He talked with mom and then came back and let us know that everything was safe.
Okay. Did you ever get an email from anyone about what had happened?
I did correspond with his mom about what had happened, so she was aware.
Okay. What did you do as a result of this incident happening?
Since Colt was not in school, so that we could follow up and make sure that everything, talk with him and make sure everything was good, we felt we needed an additional someone go into the home to monitor the family. So I made a report to Department of Family and Children Services.
Okay. And I'm going to mark this as exhibit 206. You can flip through it. Take your time.
Yes, this is the report that I sent in.
That's the report you sent in?
Yes,
And it was alleging the abuse, the word abuse, and the search for how to kill your dad.
right.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender state exhibit number 206 into evidence. It would not go back to the jury, but it would go into evidence.
Any objection?
It's not going back to the jury, just going to ask questions.
All right, 206 is admitted.
Okay. So you had said earlier that Colt was not doing his assignments and turning them in. Did there continue to be a problem with that?
He was inconsistent. Several weeks after this, he began to come into class,
Okay, so y'all started back.
started back.
Okay.
And so, but he was inconsistent with his attendance in doing his work.
At some point that year, did the attendance stop?
Well, they moved away
Okay.
shortly, I think a couple of months after this occurred.
Okay. Would it have still been first semester?
Yes.
Okay. What's the process for unenrolling a student from Ben Hill school system when they move away?
We keep them enrolled until we get a request from the next school showing that they have completed the enrollment papers, and then they send for the records from our school. Once that's completed, then we stop their enrollment at our school.
And did your school receive requests for information from another school before the end of the first semester?
I don't believe we did.
When the second semester started in January, did you receive anything?
It was a while, and because we were trying to follow up and they weren't getting enrolled, another report to DFACS was made for the lack of attendance in school.
Okay. Show you what is Mark 6 and 207. Show you what's marked state exhibit number 207. Make sure you identify that.
Yes, this is a report that I sent in.
Okay, is that the one you sent in about they hadn't enrolled in another
Right.
school? And when did you send that in?
This was dated January the 30th, 2022.
Did you have any further contact with the family after they moved away?
No.
Did I tender 207, Your Honor? Your Honor, I tender 207 into evidence. Same thing, it wouldn't go out with the jury, but just a
And you certainly would object to it going to the jury.
There's no objection to the submission. All right, 207 submitted.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Cross?
Just a couple of questions.
Okay. Good morning.
Ask them from here. I'm gonna be quick.
Okay.
Do you know whether anyone ever contacted Colin Gray about what his son said?
I did not. I did talk with the mom, and mom was aware.
Mom was aware, but do you know whether he was ever aware?
I did not talk to him.
Thank you.
All right, any excuse?
Please, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
You ready for the next witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
That call Shonda Wolfie. Sorry, trying to get my paperwork under control. Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you give the matter now pending before this court with the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury, please.
Shonda Goolsby,
And could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
SHONDAGOOLSBY.
Okay. And where do you work, ma'am?
Ben Hill County DFCS Office, Department of Family and Children's Services.
Okay. Did you work there back in the fall of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get a referral involving Colt Gray?
Yes, sir.
And what was the nature of that?
At that time, he said his mom had slapped him. So there was some physical abuse.
Okay. And did you, as part of the Department of Family and Children's Services, do you keep a log of all of your contacts and all of the things you do?
Yes, sir.
And is that part of the procedure of being at the Department of Family and Children's Services?
Yes, sir.
And is this log recorded as part of your business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you make these logs when the things are happening while it's still fresh in your mind?
Yes, sir.
And is the purpose of these logs to help refresh your recollection later if something comes up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I don't mind a little bit of leading, but kind of testifying.
Your Honor, they didn't suggest the answer. They said, do they? Is it?
Go ahead with your next question.
Thank you. What did y'all do once this, or what did you do once this intake came in?
I wasn't the one that did the initial response time. But when I got the case, he was with his grandmother and we had him come into the office and we discussed everything and basically put him back with mom and put therapy in the home.
Okay. And when you say put therapy in the home, did you set Colt up with therapy?
Yes, it was
Okay.
contracted out.
Okay. And when was that?
That the meeting was 9/28/21.
Okay. And was he getting therapy through DFCS?
Yes,
Okay. Did you, on October 22nd, did you go to the home for a visit?
yes,
Okay. And did you announce that you were coming ahead of time?
That I don't recall.
Okay. Tell me about, did you meet Mr. Colin Gray?
Yes, for the
Okay.
first time, only time.
Only time?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Where did you meet him at?
At the house, it was under the little carport thing, and we discussed the family. He discussed his childhood, and he stated that he didn't like defects being in his life, and stated that they had a reason to be when he was a child because he had an abusive father, but things just got out of control with his son and his wife.
Okay.
And that was when they was going back up here to North Georgia.
Okay.
And so the counseling I had in wasn't going to work anymore. So they was going to get counseling when they came back up here.
Okay. Well, you said you met him in the carport. What was he doing?
They were in the house. They said they was packing up and stuff. And he came out to talk to me.
Okay. So they were packing things up?
Yes, they was moving.
They were moving. Okay.
Yes.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him to get Colt counseling when they got to where they were going?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything about whether he would do that?
They said they would.
Okay. What happened at that point with your office once they?
That was it. That was for the closing. I went to see them. I think they told me they were moving, but either way, a case lasts from used to back then 45 to 60 days.
Okay.
And we was up on that time. So the case was closing.
Okay. You were closing at that point?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any other contact with family after that?
No.
Okay. Just a second. Do you know if Colt did have a counseling session through DFACS when he was still with y'all?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't know what date.
Okay.
I just know that the guy met with them.
Okay.
I think he said once or twice.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, problems, Terry.
Good morning.
When you went to the home back in August of 23, did you meet the other two children that were there?
It was October.
I'm sorry?
It was October.
October, I'm sorry. Did you meet with the other two children that were there?
I don't remember if I met with them at the house. I had met with them at the office.
Okay. And as you understood, Colin Gray was leaving the home and moving somewhere else
Yes.
with Colt.
Well, at that time, mine was 21. And at that time, the whole family was moving back up.
Okay. So the whole family was moving out of the grandmother's house.
Yes.
Okay. And they were going to be moving somewhere else in Georgia.
Yes.
Did you get any information at any time as to where they were going?
I'm sure at that time we knew. I want to say it was Dalton, but I know it was up this area.
Okay. So when you got the information that they were moving and you indicated you might want to get Colt some counseling when you get there, did you tell the mother and father that?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the mother said she had contacted some people for counseling when they got here.
Okay. So mother said, I've got contacts for counseling and I'll take care
Yes.
of it.
Yes.
And did you do anything about this? Were you there at the sessions that Colt had?
No, sir.
Who would have been the counselor for him at that point?
Mr. Raymond Dean.
You don't have any information about what he told her?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Can you read right? Thank you, man. You're pretty good. Stay close next week.
State called Stephen Green. All right, good morning. I'm going to go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Either way. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, and you can put your hand down and have a seat. If you will go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury, and let's tell the court reporter how to spell your first and last name.
Okay, my name is Stephen Green, Stephengrene.
And where are you currently employed?
In Barrow County School System at Heyman Morris Middle School,
All right, what's your role there?
assistant principal.
And how long have you been the assistant principal at Heyman Morris?
3 years.
Well, let's start by talking a little bit about Heyman Morris. Where is that in relation to Apalachee High School?
Heyman Morris is on top of the hill overlooking Apalachee. We're on the same campus.
Okay. So walking distance?
Oh, definitely. Yes.
Okay. And what grades are at Heyman Morris Middle School?
6 through 8.
Is that part of the Barrow County school system?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working at Heyman Morris on September 4th of
Yes.
2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you remember about when you realized something had happened at Apalachee High School that day.
The principal and I were like in the hallway because it was almost time for transition for our kids to their next period. And the strategics alert went off on our admin phone. We looked at it because we had just gotten the system. So we were thinking maybe Apalachee was testing it because the school campuses are linked with that emergency system.
Okay.
But then we realized something was wrong because it kept pinging over and over and over again with alerts. And each alert, you get a dot with a name and the school map so you see what's going on. And then at the time, we knew that wasn't right. So we sprinted up towards the front of our school to find our SRO to alert him. And we caught him running out through the front of the school, and we went out there with him, and then he told us to put our school on lockdown and don't come out of it until he comes back or somebody comes up to our school system.
And who was that SRO?
Deputy Cook, Matthew Cook.
Okay. And did he go to Apalachee High School at that point?
Yes, ma'am. He sprinted down that hill.
Okay. And did y'all put Heyman Morris on lockdown that day as well?
Yes, ma'am. We put ourselves under lockdown for several hours.
Okay. And I'm going to shift your focus a little bit going back in time. Where did you work before you were with the Barrow County school system?
In Jackson County School System at West Jackson Middle School.
And what was your role there?
Assistant principal.
Okay. And similarly, what grades are at Jackson County Middle School?
6th through 8th
I'm sorry,
grade.
West Jackson.
Yeah, 6th through 8th grade.
So during the during the year of 2022, was Colt Gray enrolled at West Jackson Middle School?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to give you for your reference some relevant experts of what's been tendered as State's Exhibit 130, which are Colt Gray's West Jackson Middle School records. I'm just going to go through a few things from there. So looking at the first page of those records, can you tell us about what the submission date of Colt Gray's registration was for West Jackson Middle School?
Yes, ma'am. February 1st, 2022.
Okay. And who was listed at the time as the parents or guardians of Colt Gray that were in the home?
Marcy Gray and Colin Gray.
All right. Going over to the second page of what you have in front of you, can you tell us what school Colt transferred from?
Yes, ma'am. Ben Hill Middle School. That's in Fitzgerald.
Okay. And you said this was submitted, I think, February 1st of 22. What grade was Colt enrolled into?
6th grade.
Shortly after Colt enrolls in Jackson County, did a Ben Hill social worker contact Jackson County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who documented that?
Teresa Dearman.
And can you tell us what Teresa Dearman's job was?
Yes, Teresa Dearman works like in the central office area for a student information system. So they like help us get kids enrolled or find information for us, capture the GTIC numbers if they're coming from another school out of Georgia.
Okay. And referring to that third page you have, which should be a contact narrative, can you tell us, and we'll just do the first part, those first couple sentences, of what was documented by Teresa Dearman on February 9th of 2022?
Yes, she documented, yes, we have a new student at WJMS that just enrolled, and the prior school called to confirm he was in school and said they have concerns for the child. Now the social worker from that county has called and left me a message and would like to speak to you.
Okay. Now I'm going to go over to the next page and reference Rachel Duke. Can you tell us what Rachel Duke's job was at the time?
Yes, but Rachel Duke is one of the Jackson County social workers,
Okay.
school social worker.
So did she create a sworn referral for Colin Gray, or I'm sorry, for Colt Gray?
Yes,
And what date did she do that on?
February 9th, 2022.
Okay. Just so we don't get too bogged down in the school system jargon, does SWARM stand for Social Worker Activity and Referral Module
Yes, ma'am.
in this context? And tell me about what kinds of situations lead to a SWARM referral being created.
A swarm will be created like if there's a concern. It could be like housing insecurity, attendance, behavior, trauma,
Okay,
things of that nature.
gotcha. And I do want to talk a little bit about a couple documented incidents involving Colt Gray during the spring semester of 2022. I'm referring to his behavior detail report on the next couple pages. Can you start by telling us about an incident on March 10th of 2022?
Yes, there's this referral. Colt had drew swastikas in profane language and Nazi and Hitler on a school calculator.
Okay. And what was, I guess, were his parents notified about that?
Yes, but the parent was notified by email because the voicemail was full.
Okay. And what was the consequence for that?
1 day of in-school suspension.
Okay. And then going forward to, that was March 10th, going to March 29th of 2022. Tell us about the incident that was documented that day.
Yes, another referral was written. The student had left the cafeteria without permission. He was supposed to serve silent lunch in the lunchroom, and the teachers went on a hunt to try to find Colt, and it took him about 10 minutes to find his whereabouts. He was actually outside empty classroom.
Okay. And were his parents notified on that day as well?
Yes, parent was contacted.
Okay. And what was the consequence in that situation?
1 day of in-school suspension.
Okay. And lastly, can you describe an incident that was detailed on April 13th of 2022?
Yes, a student ran into Colt during bus dismissal, and Colt put his hands on the other student, and they started attacking each other, and the teacher had to physically separate them. The teacher spoke with another AP, and they had figured out that the student was mad at Colt for bullying his friend and decided to take matters in his own hands. And Colt felt differently about the cause of the issue and came back at the other student for shoulder checking him.
Okay, so the physical altercation between Colt and another student, and what was reported to them was that Colt had been bullying that kid's friend. Is that
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to refer you to the last page of that reference material you'll have. Can you tell us when Colt was withdrawn from Jackson County Schools?
Yes, August 24th, 2022.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for you, but Mr. Barry may have a few for you. Thank you.
No question, Jeff. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
It's called Carol Ann Knight. I'm going to have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. And if you can start just by introducing yourself and tell us where you're employed.
Sure. I'm Carol Ann Knight, and I am the principal at Jefferson Middle School in Jefferson, Georgia.
Okay. And what county is Jefferson Middle School in?
Jackson County.
Okay. Is it part of the Jackson County school system or is it a separate
It's
school
a
system?
separate city school system.
Okay. And what grades are part of Jefferson Middle School?
6th through 8th.
Okay. You said you're the principal there. How long have you been there?
About 5 years.
Okay. And tell us what you did before that.
I was an assistant principal at the academy, part of our system, and I taught in the same building for 20-something years.
Gotcha. And what grades is Jefferson Academy?
3 through 5.
Okay. So I'm going to provide you some relevant excerpts of what's previously been tendered as State's Exhibit 131. These are Colt Gray's middle school, Jefferson Middle School records. That's just if you need to reference those. So during the 2022-2023 school year, did Jefferson Middle School have a student named Colt Gray enrolled?
We did.
Okay. And who was listed as his parent or guardian for Colt Gray?
Marcy and
Colin?
Colin, thank you.
Gotcha.
I was going to say Coley. His email address was Coley. So.
Okay. So are you familiar with, did Colin Gray also go by Coley Gray? Was that his nickname?
Correct.
Okay. And kind of hitting on that, for Colin Gray specifically, what contact information did he provide? I'm not going to have you give us his phone number, but can you tell us what the email was?
Yes, Coley.gray@yahoo.
Okay. Did he also provide a cell phone number?
He did, yes.
And I see on the records, it has kind of options. We're not going to pull it up, but options for how to contact people, parents in different situations. Can you kind of explain how that works when you register a student?
Yeah, absolutely. When a parent registers a student, we give several options of the way they prefer to be contacted. Sometimes it's, for an emergency or attendance or behavior, but they can choose, they want an email or a cell phone call, that kind of thing.
Okay, so I can kind of tell you it's going to be better just have to contact me by text message or phone call or email in different situations.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, you can go ahead and explain.
I was just going to say, different people have different situations where they like their phone or their email best. So
Gotcha.
we want people to be able to reach parents.
Yeah, is that the goal
Yes.
of all that, is to effectively reach parents?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to refer you to the second page of this packet. And can you tell me what grade Colt Gray was enrolled in when he was at Jefferson Middle School?
Yes, he was in 7th grade.
And what were the dates that he was enrolled?
He came in September, I think September 2nd, and was there till May 19th.
Okay. And where did he transfer from?
He transferred to us from West Jackson and transferred to Heyman Morris.
Gotcha. So he was enrolled on September 2nd. What date did school start that year?
A good bit earlier, July 29th.
Okay. Now, going over to the third page of those records, not including the month before he enrolled, so not including up until September 2nd. During that 22-23 school year, how many days was Colt absent?
Approximately 25 according to this, but there were different amounts for different periods too. So there are a few more in different situations.
Okay, so is 25 kind of the lowest common denominator, to use middle school terms, the lowest common denominator, but then different periods had different numbers?
Exactly.
Okay. So going over to the next page, I do want to talk about a few specific incidents that occurred while Colt was enrolled at your school.
Sure.
We're going to start with September 22nd of 2022. And can you tell us about that incident?
Yes, there was a situation where he went into actually 2 different restrooms and used markers, and I think a pink marker. He defaced some chalk pens to do graffiti and different things. They were on the walls, the stalls, the toilets, and just sort of destroyed the bathroom that way.
Okay, so this was a little under 3 weeks after he started at the school?
Correct.
Okay. And give me one moment. Let me show this to them. And we're going to pull up this should appear on the screen in front of you and behind you. So is that a picture of the some of the graffiti that he put on the walls?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And these are photographs from within 131.
Yes, sir. Was the graffiti, I know you said it was in multiple areas, was it pretty extensive?
It was.
Okay, was it like, what did y'all have to do to get that taken care of?
It was, I actually had my husband come in and repaint and clean off things.
Gosh, that's a good husband.
Yes, he is.
And did y'all ever determine, so looking at this, did y'all ever determine what the wording was referencing or what it was or anything like that?
Not really.
Okay.
We could not really find a common denominator there.
Gotcha. Okay. So what was Colt's punishment for the graffiti in the bathrooms?
He was in ISS for 4 days, and we invoiced his parents to help pay for the painting.
Okay. Is ISS, is that in school suspension?
It is.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump over to page 7 of what you have in front of you. Did you personally reach out to Marcy Gray by email about the vandalism?
Yes.
Okay. And was the defendant included on that email thread?
Yes, she copied him on that thread, and then he replied back to it.
Okay, so Colin Gray sent a response to the school about the vandalism?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after Colt began at Jefferson Middle School, I guess I'll start by asking you, what is Brittany Cohn's role at Jefferson Middle School?
She is one of our school counselors.
Okay. Did she make kind of a concerted effort to keep him on her radar?
Yes, she
Okay.
often had him eat lunch with her and talked, kept sort of did a check-in with him.
Okay. And is that kind of part of her role? If she has a student that she feels needs extra attention, she tries to, you said, eat lunch with her and that kind of thing?
Yes, we felt like he was struggling to fit in and needed a person to check up on him.
Okay. And Brittany kind of filled that role when she
Yes.
could.
With several students. But
Okay. Well, of course. Yeah. And that being said, did Colt's attendance become an ongoing issue when he was enrolled at Jefferson?
Absolutely.
Okay. If a child has repeated unexcused absences, is that something that the school reaches out to the parent or parents about?
Yes, we have a set policy at certain things for 5 days, 7 days, 10 days, that kind of thing.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about what it was like for your school trying to make contact with the defendant and Marcy Gray about Colt's attendance.
It was very difficult. The number that we had didn't work at times, and we could not always make contact.
Okay. And I want to talk a little bit more about Colt's ongoing attendance issues and that communication. I'm going to reference, it starts on page 11 of that packet in front of you. Kind of talk me through the specific attempts to contact the defendant and Marcy about Colt's unexcused absences. And the time frame I'm referencing is October 28th of 22 through January 4th of 23. So about, I guess, a little over 2 months there.
Sure. Mr. Cuddy is our attendance person and our student success coach, and he began at 5 unexcused absences, which is on our policy, and we could not get mom. The number was not in service.
Okay.
At 5, he calls for several days trying to get her. Called dad, could not get anybody there. Was asking for excuses, that kind of thing, medical excuses. On the 11th, he called Colt in and talked to him just to let him know that he didn't call him in. He called them and said he's been out 4 days. We wanted to check on him. The first, he called both parents, no answer from either parents. Both mailboxes were full and unable to leave messages. On the first, he also was at 7 unexcused absences, so he expressed concern and asked for medical excuses or parent notes when Colt returned to school.
Okay. Was that one via email that he was reaching out at that
Yes.
point? And you
Yes.
said the first is at November 1st of 2022.
Yes, November 1st.
Okay.
November 2nd, he called both parents, no answer, mailboxes were full. The 2nd, he provided all the unexcused dates, requested medical excuses again by Friday at the latest.
Okay, so this is November, sorry to cut you off. That's November 2nd. So we're about 2 months into, or right at 2 months into Colt being enrolled in your school. He's at 7 unexcused absences.
Correct.
Okay, you can continue.
Also that day, defects called the school, and they were visiting the home. And the next day, all 3 of the siblings were back in school.
Okay. And I guess that was, you said, on November 2nd.
Correct.
And a few days later, starting on November 7th, what was going on with Mr. Cuddy trying to get a hold of them?
So he received a September 29th note for the 5-day review there. Also, going down to the 7th, have to call and have a conference with parents. He called both parents. Both lines resulted in a busy signal, and we could not get through.
Okay. You said that's y'all's policy. Once you get to 7 unexcused absences, you want to meet
We
with the
require
parents.
parents to come in and meet with us so we can provide support and figure out a way that we can work together to have a student be in school.
Gotcha. And you said he was not able to get in touch with either of them.
We were not at that time, no.
And then moving forward to, I think, November 9th of 22.
And it continued for several days that we could not get through. He asked our registrar to call and try to get through. And then defects was involved again on the 14th, trying to get in touch with mom.
Okay.
And
what notable incident were y'all alerted to on November 14th of 2022?
that mom and the younger siblings were moving back to Fitzgerald, but Colt was staying with his dad.
Okay. And then also on November 14th of 2022, tell me what else happened that day.
Mr. Cuddy and I, we were up to 10 absences and we were not able to reach anyone. So we made a home visit.
So you as the principal went out to the house to try to track this kid down?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And we did speak with grandma that day.
Okay. But did not make contact with Colt?
We did not.
Okay. And then going into the beginning of January, tell me about any communication or attempted communication there.
Sort of the same thing. The phone number was disconnected or had been changed, and we could not reach Dad at all. And we requested that Dad, through email, we requested that he call and schedule a parent's attendance meeting with us.
Okay. And it sounds like y'all are pretty thorough in your school district. I'm going to have you hop ahead in these reference materials in front of you to the page 17. And if you can kind of talk through, this is going to be the same time frame that we just talked through, November to the beginning of January, but sort of y'all's internal emails. You don't have to read it word for word, but just sort of what the correspondence was of what y'all were doing and what y'all were trying to accomplish.
Yes, our school nurse was trying to get in contact with Colt's parents and was not able to. She talked to Mr. Cuddy, our attendance person, and he said, no, I've tried and I am trying, and just sort of listed through that mom's number was not in service, that he had emailed and still did not get an answer, and he'd called Dad and was not able to get an answer either.
Okay. And then going over to the next page, on November 2nd, tell me about any emails sent that day.
He sent all of the unexcused dates, which were the first 5, and then he continued all the way through November 1st with
all his
13 or
absences.
so. Yeah, there's a whole lot there.
It's just a long list of dates. Is that what that is? Okay. And then jumping over to the page 20. And I'm having you skip around because I know email records have all the included prior things. So on page 20, tell me about those November 7th of 22 emails.
Mr. Cuddy is saying there that he has yet to speak to a parent, multiple attempts. The kids have been back for 3 days with no notes, and he was asking if permission to send a note to the parents, or do we want to go ahead and do the home visit?
Okay. And did he try again on that same date, November 7th, to reach out directly to Marcy Gray and Coley Gray via email? On the
Yes,
next
he's the
week?
most thorough person I know, and he every day follows up and keeps records.
So Mr. Cuddy's not going to drop the ball.
No,
on
he's
this
a
kind of
very
stuff.
big asset to my school. Yes.
Gotcha. Did he give you an update on November 8th? And I'm looking at page 22.
Yes, he did.
And what was that update?
Said he's also trying to contact parents and no success yet.
Okay. And on the next page, 23, on November 8th of 2022, what did he communicate to you about how many times he had attempted? That's page 23. Sorry.
I trying to set up the 7-day, tried to contact almost 6 times since October 28th with
Okay.
no success, and letters had been sent.
Okay.
We send certified letters at a certain point.
Okay. So at this point, you tried phone, email, and certified letters, and he had tried, was it one parent or both parents 6 times?
Both parents.
Okay. Going forward to November 9th on page 24, tell me what was documented between y'all on that day.
Talked to both parents again. They're back. Kids were back in school. No letters had been sent. They wanted to, one thing we do sometimes when a parent won't answer their phone is to call the kid up and ask them to use their phone to call the parent.
Okay.
Because sometimes they may be able to reach a parent when we can't. So he asked if that's a good idea. Can we go ahead and do that?
Gotcha. So in your experience, sometimes if you call, but then you call from the kid's phone, is that more effective?
Exactly.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead to page 28. We're now at November 11th of 2022. And what was being discussed on that day?
Mr. Cuddy asked Miss Dollar, registrar, if she would reach out and try, and he mentioned that we're going to do a home visit if we can't get in touch because of so many absences and so much missed school.
Okay. And I'll throw a bone for the court reporter is dial, DIAL.
Yes.
Okay. And going over to page 30, this is actually still on November 11th. Tell us about those additional emails.
He just says that he's asking Miss Dial to call, that we can't, no success for him, without trying from different places might help us to reach, but we did not reach anybody at that time.
Okay. And now we're going to go fast forward in time. So that was in mid-November. So on page 34, we are at the beginning of the spring semester. So January 5th of 2023. What did Mr. Cuddy tell you that day?
He spoke with Colt's dad and got a new phone number
Okay.
on that day.
And did he clarify, did he get that phone number? Did
From
Colin Gray
Colt.
provide that phone number?
No,
or
he got it from Colt.
Okay. So
Not
Colin
from
was able
Colin.
to give it to him. All right. And so once he had that phone number, was an in-person meeting set up finally with the school administration and
Yes.
Colin Gray?
It was.
Okay, and just for a reminder, since we just talked through a bunch of stuff, at that point, y'all had been notified that Marcy Gray and the other kids had moved out, so Colin was the custodial parent?
Yes.
Okay. Let me catch up on my notes. Tell me about that meeting that y'all had. If you need to reference it, I think on page 14 are the notes from that meeting.
Sure. We talked about a recent divorce. We talked about grades. We talked about attendance, tutoring times. We had our social worker be part of that conversation so we could offer some counseling services and things that we felt might be beneficial to Cole.
Okay. Now, so that was, I'm sorry, what date did y'all have that in-person meeting? And that was page 14. I don't expect you to remember that.
111.
Okay, so January 11th of 23.
We had a lot of notes.
A lot of notes, yes. And So that was January 11th. A few weeks later, did the school contact the defendant again on March 3rd of 2023?
Yes, we did. There were some situation where Colt was not doing the work we needed him to do in class. He was on his computer and was very disrespectful to the teacher when she asked him to get off.
Okay. And that was communicated to Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. So that was in March. As we're going forward in May of 2023, was it being documented that Colt's absences were once again a problem?
Yes.
And what was documented about that on the contact log? And I'm looking specifically at May 17th. That's on page 15.
I'm sorry, say that page number.
Page 15.
Okay. I was going to speak from memory, but I prefer to go by what I
Can't
have
hurt.
written down here. We talked about Dad, and our Colt said he had some kids had said something to him, that kind of thing, and Dad was telling us some names. He and Mr. Cuddy had talked about that and was able to get a few names so we could take care of that situation.
Okay. And that was kids picking on Colt.
Yes.
Okay. And y'all got the information from Colin Gray and addressed that with the kids in a way that you felt was appropriate.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Now, during the same time, did it become apparent that Colt was skipping school?
Yes. When we called, Dad said that he didn't know that Colt was not at school, and Colt said he had missed the bus and was just skipping and staying home.
Okay. Now, earlier you testified about notifying parents in different ways, kind of whatever way is going to be most convenient and effective for the parent, that the parents opt into. Is that right?
Yes.
So anytime Colt was absent from school, would Colin have been notified in his preferred method?
Absolutely.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Berry, or Mr. Hobbs may have some for you though, okay?
And ma'am, you can hold on to those papers. I just have a couple
Okay.
questions about the logs.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So the school received some type of information in November that the family was going through some changes. Is that correct? Mom and dad were separated and kids were being separated,
Yes.
and they were going to be moving to different locations.
Correct.
All right. So based on the information you had, Mr. Gray would be staying at your school with Colt, and the other part of the family would be heading down south.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. And I imagine the school probably sat down with Colt under the circumstances and had some discussions with him about that.
I'm sure there were conversations, yes.
Just to check on his well-being.
Yes.
And you said that obviously the semester probably ended towards the end of the year, middle December, towards the end of December. Is that right?
Correct.
So the new semester would have started in January.
Yes.
So that would have been after the parents had separated.
Correct.
Based on the knowledge that you had at that time, obviously. You probably didn't drive out there and check to make sure everyone had moved.
Right.
So on January 5th of 2003, is there a notation in the log about Mr. Cuddy speaking with Mr. Gray?
January the 5th, it says, at 11 absences, he spoke with Dad. He was pleasant, complimentary to our school, and he did want to meet with us.
Okay. Is there any indication of why he wanted to meet with Mr. Cuddy in your school?
To just let us know about their living situation.
Okay. Are you aware if anything was discussed in order to, without telling me what was discussed, but were there any conversations had about how to assist Colt or make his school experience better for this new semester?
We met as a team with Dad and talked about the absences and what we could do to help support him to make sure Colt was at school. Yes.
Okay. And also to ensure or at least improve the chances of Colt's success in school?
Always, yes.
And did that meeting in fact happen on January 11th of 2023?
Yes.
So Dad would have been present with Mr. Cuddy and probably several other members of the faculty as well.
Yes,
So kind of a team approach to make sure that Colt had the best chance of success in school.
we have an attendance team that's set that meets in situations like that.
Okay. And let's see, is there a notation on the 20th about how things had gone since you guys had that meeting?
On,
January 20th from Mr. Cuddy. Is there any notation if there's been improvement or if things have gotten worse or how things are going?
yes, he said attendance had improved immensely, and Colt was positive and optimistic about the second semester, was working to pass his classes, and things were a little bit better.
Okay, so this would have been in January after the change in his family circumstances,
Yes.
correct? And was there further contact with Dad on February 2nd?
Yes,
Was there further contact with Dad on March the 3rd?
yes,
And that's the incident you detailed about not doing
With
great in
Grandma.
school, but Dad and the school had a conversation,
well,
correct?
for February 3rd, it was a conversation with Grandma.
With Grandma, okay. And then an email would have been sent on March 3rd to Dad, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And would there have been a meeting on May 1st of 2003? Would there have been a meeting with Dad or a phone call?
I'm sorry, I'm flipping.
Take your time, take your time.
Yes. Dad encouraged him to come by and tell Mr. Cuddy the names of the classmates.
Okay. And what about on the very next day, May 2nd?
We followed up with the situation, and Ms. Shields was able to report to Mr. Colin that we had taken care of.
Okay. And then is there a response from Mr. Colin Gray on May 17th?
Yes, after a couple of emails on the 17th about absences again and the phone number being invalid,
Right.
he reached back out to Mr. Cuddy.
And did he come in and meet with you at some point that day or the next day?
Yeah, he asked to speak with our counselor, but we spoke instead.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. So you said that the counselor did not meet with Colin Gray. Why not?
She felt that it was a sort of a weird request because he said he only wanted to meet with her and she did not feel comfortable doing that.
Okay. And to your knowledge, I know you said y'all discussed counseling, that kind of thing. To your knowledge, did the defendant follow up with counseling for Colt Gray?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And just to reiterate, that January 11th meeting that y'all all had together, was that the meeting that y'all set up after trying to get in
Yes.
touch with Colin Gray? So y'all have, how many students are at Jefferson Middle?
About 1,025.
Okay. And that being said, is this a situation that you have an independent recollection of?
Very much so.
And why is that?
It stood out that over and over the attempts to call Mr. Cuddy comes to my office every day and gives me an update on students and where we are and making the home visit and seeing the graffiti and knowing that Colt was troubled and needed some help.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Any further calls?
Yes, yes. So with the further help and the other issues, I guess it would have been very concerning about these allegations of bullying that came up in January 23, or would have been later in 23?
It was in toward the end of school in May, but they
the
really
end of
weren't. Bullying is somebody over time continuing to do things. These were just instances that were sort of isolated that we dealt with.
And who did you speak to about that bullying? Did you speak with Mr. Colin Gray or was it someone else?
About the
The bullying.
Actually, he shared the names with Mr. Cuddy.
He shared the names with Mr. Cuddy. Okay, and in y'all's opinion, it didn't rise to the level of bullying.
No, we treated it as bullying because we do not allow that.
Okay. I just want to be clear because you said it didn't necessarily meet your definition, but you still treated it as bullying.
We did.
Okay.
Just because Colt was struggling a little bit and we wanted to make sure he felt safe.
And you had actually gotten that concern from his father as well.
I believe Colt had spoken to Mr. Cuddy and then to Colin, and Colt didn't want to tell us any names, but he shared them with his dad.
Okay. Who then passed those on to you guys? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Nothing further.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a lunch break. Who should be about here? So we'll be in recess till 12:50. take calls next witness.
Take calls Daniel Miller. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given, the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Miller, Deputy Investigator with Jackson County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you worked with Jackson County Sheriff's Office?
In total, 18 years.
Okay, and what are your duties as an investigator?
Receiving reports from patrol of crimes committed and investigating those crimes further when a conclusion can't be brought to right when the report is taken.
Okay, and how long have you been an investigator?
Oh, gosh. Since 2017. I'm sorry, my math's not mathing
That's
today.
fine. Take your attention back to 2023, specifically May of that year. Were you an investigator at Jackson County Sheriff's Office at that time?
I was.
Okay. Now I want to take your attention specifically to May 21st of 2023. Did you get information from your supervisor about an FBI tip?
I did.
Tell me the circumstances of that.
It was a weekend, as I recall, and I was the on-call investigator. So each week, the sheriff's office has a different investigator fulfill on-call duties. So if a call comes out after hours that investigations has to respond to, that particular investigator will respond to that call. This was a Sunday, I believe, and I received a phone call from my supervisor informing me of the tip.
Okay. Did he send you the tip or show you the tip or just tell you?
He did email it to me, but I wasn't able to. The only way I had to look at it was my county cell phone at the time.
Okay.
We had a way to log into our computers that I'm not the most technically savvy person in the world, so I wasn't familiar how to do that on a laptop. Nevertheless, I wasn't able to open that particular attachment in the email.
Okay. Did he verbally tell you what the tip was about?
He did.
Okay. What did he tell you about this tip?
Just that the FBI had received a tip.
Hang on. What's your response?
No, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's just information that he got that he then used to follow up with. He's going to actually go speak with the defendant about this tip. And so his information that he had is what he's using to speak with Mr. Gray. So it's just to show
Not being offered to prove the information in the tip is true.
Correct. We don't know if it is or not.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to overrule the hearsay objection. Understand that the value here is just essentially the words were said or the tip contained information. It's not to prove that the content of the tip is true. Okay, go ahead.
So what was your knowledge? What were you told before?
My knowledge was the address and possible name.
Okay.
And forgive me, I can't remember if it was Colt Gray or Colin Gray. One of those names came up referencing a person making a threat to shoot up a school.
Okay. And how was this threat communicated?
Through an app called Discord. It's like a gaming app, I guess gamers use it to communicate and do various other things. I'm not that familiar with it. I have heard of it.
Okay.
And at the time, I wasn't really all that familiar with it either.
Okay. So your information was that a tip came over that a user on Discord
Correct.
had made a threat to do what?
To shoot up a school.
Okay. And what are you getting as far as a name and an address? What's that tied to?
So that came from my supervisor. He said, go to this address and speak to this person. There was a possible threat made to shoot up the school. I can only assume he saw the tip, but I don't know. I can't say that with the definitive answer, but he told me the address, go here. There's a threat made to shoot up a school and see what you can gather.
Okay. And did you go to that address?
I did.
Okay. Did anyone go with you?
Deputy Justin Elliott.
Okay. Do you remember the address that you went to?
Not off the top of my head. It's Rice Creek Court, I believe.
Okay.
I don't recall the exact numbers.
Okay. And did you approach the residence?
I did. We went, knocked on the door, and a couple of juveniles answered. And
Male or female?
Female.
Okay.
And common practice is juvenile answers the door. We absolutely do not go in. We contacted parents and kind of explained why we were there. And the father, whose name escapes me at the moment, Frank Rundell, informed us that they had lived there.
Called him by phone or?
Yes, I had the juveniles call him by phone.
Okay.
And he informed us that he used to have a Discord account, but he doesn't use it anymore. He uses it for like fantasy football. And that wasn't the name that was associated with the tip. So I just kind of ran it down as far as much information as I could get at the time. He said something to the effect that he did have a gun, but it was locked in a safe. And the children.
Did you ask him about a gun?
I did.
Okay.
Said it was locked in a safe and that the kids did not have access to it. But then he went on to say that the previous tenant got evicted from that address, I believe 3 months prior, and that they still were getting mail. So they had some of that mail there. One of the juveniles gave it to us. That's where we got the name from.
And what name was on the mail?
Colin Gray.
Did it have a different address?
Not on the mail, no.
Oh, that's right, because it went to that house. That makes
Correct,
sense.
yeah.
Sorry. At some point, did you find out where Colin Gray lived?
Yes. Deputy Elliott, I think he'd had dealings with them before. I can't say specifically. He was the one that was able to figure out the new address, the River Mist Circle address.
I'm sorry, what's that address?
954 River Mist Circle.
Okay. And did you go to that address?
We did.
Is this all on the same day?
It was.
Okay. And what happened when you got to that address?
Colin answered the door, and we proceeded to inform them why we were there, that there was a threat made to shoot up a school, and that the tip came from the FBI, and that the IP address for that tip came back to an IP address for Colin.
Okay. Are you a computer expert?
I am absolutely not.
Do you have a general idea of what an IP address is?
A very layman's idea, yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's Internet Protocol, I think, is what that stands for. It basically everybody's internet address, they have a specific address for their Wi-Fi router. That's about the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, and that IP address from the tip came back to Colin Gray?
According to the information that I was given.
Okay, and you told that to Mr. Gray here?
Yes.
Okay, what else did you tell him?
That there had been a threat to shoot up a school, and that it came from a Discord account that was connected to Colt. So we then asked to speak with Colt, and he allowed us to. And based on what I had at that point, so when I approach these sorts of cases, I'm very leery about, I don't push my way into people's homes. You might hear that from people sometimes. I allow them to dictate sort of what our interaction is going to be, so I know how I kind of need to respond. Mm-hmm. And I may even have asked them, I don't recall. Typically, I will ask people, you want to speak inside or you want to speak outside? Nevertheless, he stepped outside, and that's where we spoke.
Okay. And did you speak with Colt outside also?
I did. He had went and got Colt and brought him outside.
And when you spoke to Colt, was that in Colin Gray's presence?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Colt Gray tell you?
That he denied making the threat and said that he used to have a Discord account, that he had stopped using it because people were hacking it, which in my mind wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. Again, I'm not a computer or digital forensics expert, so that seemed like a logical explanation why you would stop using such an account.
Did you talk to Colin about whether or not Colt had access to firearms?
Yes, I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said they do have guns in the house. I believe he said they were not locked away, but that the ammunition was separated.
Okay.
And that he didn't have, I think I referred to it as unfettered access. I don't think those were his words.
Okay. So we're saying Colt didn't have unfettered access?
Correct.
Okay. Was anyone wearing a body cam at that time?
Deputy Elliott was.
Okay. Was this interaction recorded on that body cam?
It was.
And have you had a chance to review that body cam since?
Yes, I have.
And there been any additions and material additions, deletions, or any changes to it?
No,
And
not
does
to
it
my
fairly,
knowledge.
does it fairly and accurately portray the conversations between you and the defendant and Colt Gray?
Yes.
All right, this time I tender state exhibits number 137 into evidence. It's actually in two parts, 137.1 and 137.2. When it was digitally sent to us, the video came in two parts.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. As I understand, he's going to play the whole video, but playing it in two parts.
Yes, sir.
All right, 137.1.
And Your Honor, for the record, there's a part where Investigator Miller and the defendant step away from the camera, leaving Deputy Elliott and Colt. They do talk. It's mostly just small talk about nothing. I want to play straight through so it shows the time that they're away and the time of the entire encounter.
Any issue there?
No objection to that.
Okay. Your Honor, the first clip is 15 minutes and the second clip is 4 minutes. And is this you here?
It is.
Okay.
Colin, you want to step out where you can talk real quick? So we got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address or your traditions that made a friendship at school. It's pretty low. Your name was associated with that address and you weren't living there.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
It's very low. I don't know if the jury can hear it or not.
I think it's high enough we can get it here on the line.
Yeah, we're at highest volume for the computer.
All right, if you wanna, can you back it up 10 seconds or so, and then I've got on my video, I'll use this eyes I can get.
Colin, you want to step out where you can talk real quick? Yes, you know what Discord is? So we got a tip from the FBI saying that somebody from your old address or your traditions that made a threat to shoot up school. Yes, sir. And your name was associated with that address. We went over that address and you weren't living there. Let me get dressed. Sure.
And we're going to fast forward a little bit until he comes back out. The timestamp here is 43 seconds. And we're starting it back up at 2 minutes, 8 seconds.
That's all right. Already got it, watched the golf tournament, and sat back down. That was it. So what, tell me what, you have any kids or anything living there? Yeah, Colt Gray. Colt? Yeah, Colt, he's my oldest son. How old is he? He's 13. Play a lot of video games and stuff? Yeah, right all the time. Is he here right now? Yeah. Is that something you might? I damn sure want to know. Can you talk to him? Yeah, absolutely. Now look, he gonna get all red-faced when you talk to him. Just calm, all right? So let me give you a backstory. So we lived over traditions. Mm-hmm. I went to work one day on Soul Provider, doing high rises downtown. Mm-hmm. So I get a call from one of y'all, like, so my family's in law enforcement. So when I get the call, I think the officer's name. Turns out, nicest guy like ever. He's like, I just want to let you know about your house. I'm like, for what? He said, y'all have been evicted. I'm like, no, I just paid rent. He's like, no. He's like, I'm going to stay here till you get here. So I drove all the way home. All my shit's in front of me. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'll just let you know this is what's going on. There's people standing in trailers and shit. I'm like, what do they do? He's like, they're going to get your stuff out. So long story short, I'm like, trying to figure out what's going on with my wife. She's in the house. So we split. Long story short, for obvious reasons. She took my younger two and went back home with her mom. Colt and I rented a house and we came here. So we've been good, like no problems. He struggled at first with the separation. All school was kind of so. So I've been up at school countless times just tracking with it. Hey, make sure you're good. They understand what's going on. He goes to Jefferson. So he's been doing really good. Like, you know, in the beginning, he kind of struggled a little bit. But
Let me ask you this: Do you have what's in the house?
I do.
Accessible to him?
They are. I mean, there's nothing loaded, but they are. We did a lot of shooting. We did a lot of deer hunting. He shot his first deer this year. You know, so like I'm pretty much in shock, to be honest with you.
Well,
I'm a little pissed off, to be even really honest with you, if that is what was said. But
well,
we've been up to school for so many times now.
the information I got was sort of incomplete. I don't know how old it is. And like I said, the original complaint went to your other address, or your previous address, and that's where it just came from.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it wasn't.
I don't know if it's, so we ran your, I had your name, date of birth, but
Yeah.
that's how we got his address. So,
I mean, I swear to God, we're going to school. I've been up to school, like, I'm on first name. I just was up there 3 days ago for his finals, talking to the principal, like, look, make sure Colt's good. He gets flustered and under pressure. He doesn't really think straight. And we just, just kind of put your arms around him, get him through 7th grade. I just want to make sure he's good. Like, I mean, we're up there all the time talking to school. If you talk to that school, they'll know exactly who I am. I'll say that. I mean, because I'm up there that much, you know?
checking on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure he's good. So I'm a little taken back by the whole thing, but I can tell you this, I take that very serious, and so does he, as a matter of fact. You know, he's.
Say his first name's Colt.
Colt, C-O-L-T, yes, sir.
I mean, all I can do is ask him.
Yeah, well, absolutely.
You know?
Yeah, I want you to talk to him and just tell him. Like, I don't know anything about him saying shit like that. I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible. You know, I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm trying to teach him about firearms and safety and how to do it all and getting interested in the outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm on my
We get away from those video games.
Exactly right. That's the God honest truth. And the picture on the phone is him with blood on his cheeks from shooting his first deer. It was just the greatest day ever. So he knows the seriousness of weapons and what they can do and how to use them and not use them. So it's kind of a little bit of a shock. So in whatever y'all tell him, please instill in him that if this is whatever, where this is coming from, it's no joke. Like, it's no joke.
Well, we wouldn't be here if it was.
No, I know. And I'm telling you right now, we talk about it quite a bit. All the school shootings, things that happen.
Yeah.
All there. You getting picked on at school. He is. He's getting picked on at school. And is everything okay? That's why I keep going up there.
Yeah.
You know, because you just never really know. And I don't want anything to happen to him. So, yeah.
All right, well, if you want to grab them?
Yeah, y'all talk.
Or we can go in.
Sounds like cool.
That's what we're talking about.
One information.
Hey, Colt, come on, bud. So did Dad kind of explain everything to you?
Shooting up to school.
Does it say something about school shooting?
Maybe they misheard somebody else on there say,
You never ever said. Do you use Discord?
Discord?
Yes, sir. When's the last time you used it? Really?
Was it in Traditions or was it here? No, it was in Traditions because in that Discord account that I had to mute it before.
Before you moved here?
Yeah, because I think it got like, cash report or something.
Have you heard anybody on Discord when you were using it say something like that? Remember?
Like at that time?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think I remember anybody.
Sure. And I mean, I'm not trying to get anybody hemmed up, but like, this is some serious stuff.
Oh, he knows how serious it is.
I hate to, you know, my boss was like, I don't know how old this information is, and I'm gonna wait till Monday to follow up. I'm like, nah, I'd rather do it now, because God forbid something happened, I didn't have my job. But I feel pretty bad about this, so I just want to make sure you understand that if something like that happened, or you hear something like that, before you tell their dad.
Like I told him, I promise I'll never say something.
So you haven't used Discord in a few months, and you're saying you didn't say it.
No, the only thing I have is TikTok, I just go around there.
All right, well, fair enough.
What's your birthday?
January 14th, 2007.
He's just gonna do a little report saying that,
We talked.
we've done in reference to this, and we talked, and you saying that you didn't say anything like that. I gotta take your word, and I hope you're being honest with me. I'm not saying you're lying, but it's not unusual for people to lie.
He's removed.
Hey, Colin, what's a good phone number for you, sir?
It's 706
706
590.
59.
It's a new number. I think it's 2876.
That's what we're doing. About ready to get done with it?
I just finished.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
When was your last day?
Sunday, so Friday.
Right. What grade you going into? Eighth grade, almost high school, man. The last 4 years, really, the last 4 years is what matters. You're doing good grades, man. Set you up for the rest of your life.
590-2768.
590-2768.
Yes, sir. 590-2768. Yeah, so look, you know, welcoming time, we take it like dead serious around here, and I just want to make sure that I can feel better if you do find out what or where, like, can somebody let us know?
Sure.
He's gonna be full of anxiety until this gets resolved.
So did you switch schools when you moved from Traditions? Where were you going before? West Jackson Middle? Okay. Is things a lot better now? Okay. That's good.
Let me grab you. Can I walk through grass on that car?
Can you get bullied over there at West Jackson Middle?
Oh, yeah. Now, look, to be honest with him about now in middle school, I told him you were now, and that's.
You getting switched out halfway through the school year? Being a new guy?
Yeah, being that quiet, we moved like 6 times.
Well, my dad was a logger and grew up in the military. We moved a lot when I was a kid.
But at that school, it's not surprising, I wasn't so I didn't necessarily have a reason that I would say that.
No. Yeah. Well, there's always somebody you can talk to if you need to. School resource counselors.
Yeah, I do talk to them. I talk to
Okay. Yeah, start looking out and making goals for yourself. You interested in anything? A what? A philosopher. Yeah. Well, I mean, do what you enjoy. I mean, I did 20 years in the military. You don't have to settle on just one thing. Did 20 years in the military, retired from that, and been doing this for 7. So you don't have to fit everything inside the box. Yeah. We got guys at the sheriff's office that are full-time plumbers, full-time police officers. And, you know, do what pays the bills, do what they enjoy. But everything's going good. That's good. You got a phone? What's your phone number? Okay. Right. Dad said you went deer hunting for the first time this past year. What'd you get? 3-pointer? Fork on one side and one on the, a prong on the other, or? Yeah. Yeah, fork on one side, one on the other, spike. Yeah. I've seen more one antler deer this year than any other time in my life. Out there in the rut and breaking off an antler. Run around with just one set of antlers.
Well, look, Colt, I appreciate it. Your dad got my card. If anything, if you hear anything, tell your dad that he's got my number. You got his info.
It's serious. He knows how serious it is. He'll, like I said, we'll have a long conversation here in just a little bit. Something, it was a very traumatic thing that him and I both went through now. He was at school, I was at work, come home, and I mean, every ounce of what we had was under tarps and sitting in that yard. You saw it. Yeah. You saw the clientele, the neighbors that lived there, like fully embarrassing. So it was very traumatic for both of us, and living here, just us, is like, dust is finally settled, he's making good grades, so.
That's good. We'll keep that up. That's important.
We'll start talking about traditions in West Jackson and just see if something jogs his memory like that. But certainly we'd like to know if something, if you do find.
Well, my thing is this, so more than likely they track the IP address.
Right.
And that's why I went to that address. Okay. Because the IP address is usually location specific.
Yeah.
You know, within the area, so. If it came from that house, then either somebody there's lying, or the information's just so old.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe it was something you heard or did on Discord months ago. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. But he's telling me he didn't. Telling me he can't remember anything like that. I take that to work. But if you look me in the eye and tell me that's what you're telling me, I got no choice but to take it to work. But like I was telling your dad, find out otherwise, man, it's going to go back.
That's a really different story. Okay.
Got any questions?
No, sir.
You have any questions? All right. I'm going to rush you down. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, sir.
Y'all be safe.
Good luck to you.
So there was a part there where you stepped away from with Colin. Where did y'all go?
I think we went to my car to grab a card.
Okay.
Like one of my business cards.
And did you have any further conversation with him there?
I did. I honestly couldn't tell you what was said.
Okay.
Unless it's in the report somewhere.
Okay. Did you write a report about that also?
I did.
Okay. Did you write your report in close in time to when it happened?
It was that. I think it was that Monday.
So you either wrote it that day or the Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it was ongoing reports, wasn't all done at one time.
Okay. Let me show you. It's marked State Civics number 138. You have a copy of your report?
I do.
Oh, okay. That's what I was going to show you. And I'll keep this copy. You have your copy. These reports that you write, you wrote it contemporaneous, you said either that day or the next day?
Correct.
Okay. And the purpose of writing the report, what is that?
Document everything that went on, everything you can remember, whether it be something you're thinking at the time or something, maybe you smell something weird at the time.
In case you have to testify about it 3 years later?
Correct.
Okay. Is it reflected in your report what you talked with Colin about?
Honestly, I'd have to go through it. I believe there are some instances where it is, yes.
All right. Specifically, I'm looking at the top of page 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So at this point, had you been able to view the tip?
No, only it was an attachment in an email. That was as far as I could get with it.
Did you give any instructions to Colin before you left?
As a matter of protocol, whenever something like this comes up, I typically tell people, especially when there's some kind of threat of a shooting, I tell them if you have any guns in the house, make sure the kids can't get to them. Obviously, people have a right to their Second Amendment. I can't tell him, I can't force him to lock guns in a safe or do anything like that without some specific court order telling me to enforce that. But just as a matter of protocol, whenever there's a threat involving guns, we tell parents, probably put your guns away, lock them up where your kids can't get at them. That's just good common sense, I think.
And does it reflect in your report that you did do that with Colin?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also advise him about Colt in school? Any things that should be done with that?
I advised him to keep Colt out of school until we could resolve the matter.
And how did he respond?
Fortunately, school had already been excused for the year.
Okay.
So there wasn't really any concern of him going back to school that year.
Okay. So school had already ended?
Correct.
On May 23rd, so 2 days later, were you able to open the tip?
Yes.
And did you review it at that time?
I did.
Okay. And where was the source of information in the tip coming from?
It's a very good question. There was several different sources, it appeared. Palmdale, California, city of Cockburn in Western Australia, and Los Angeles, California.
And what was the Discord user's name associated with?
Let's see. I remember seeing it on here somewhere. So I know I have the email. I don't know that
There wasn't like a username?
I don't know that I recorded it or not. And if I did.
Do you have a copy of the tip with you?
It's probably in this case, probably is. So I'd have to dig there and find it. Actually, you know what? I think it's on this disc. I don't think I ever printed it out.
Okay. I'll show you what I'm marking exhibit number 208 for reference purposes. See if you recognize what that is.
This appears to be the tip that I've received.
Okay, and on page 7 of that tip, does it refresh your recollection as to what the Discord username was?
You may have to point it out to me.
It's a little dense, isn't it?
Oh, there it is right there. I was looking through this highlighted part.
Okay.
Exclamation, you want me to read it out?
Sure.
Exclamation point, FBOM, pound or hashtag, depending on your generation, 0703.
Okay. And was that account tied to anyone?
I believe it was tied to Colt.
Okay. And was there a phone number on there that came back to someone?
Yes.
And where did that come back to?
It looked like it came out of LaGrange, Georgia.
Now, did you, after that initial interview or encounter on the 21st, did you then also have a follow-up phone call with Colin?
I did.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe it was the next day.
Okay. And what did he tell you on that?
May have even been the same day.
What did Colin tell you on that phone call?
I'd informed him of the email address that was associated with that account. And he said he didn't know who that was. The user who had actually made the threat, the name was written in Russian. And I asked him if Colt knew Russian, sort of taking a stab in the dark there. And he said he didn't know Russian. And said he doesn't know anybody in LaGrange. I had called LaGrange, I don't remember if it was like a police department or a sheriff's office. Anyways, I'd given them the phone number and asked them to track it down and see if they could figure out who this person was. They were able to make contact with somebody down there, and I think the phone number had since been reassigned to somebody else, and it was no longer the person that was living at that address.
Were you able to substantiate the case at all?
I was not.
Okay. Did he? I'm sorry. Did Colin tell you anything about his conversation with Colt about on the phone?
He did. See if I can find it.
I believe it's on page 4 of your report. The last paragraph.
He spoke to Colt about his Discord account, and Colt told him that it had been hacked, so he stopped or he deleted it. Because he didn't want anybody to use that account for nefarious purposes. That's what I wrote. So I urged Colin to take necessary precautions to secure his son's personal information, like social security numbers, things like that. Because a lot of times kids are unwitting and will offer information to people. So I just told him, you can go on and put a freeze on somebody's social security number so nobody can open an account or anything like that.
And is that all the involvement you had with the case?
Yes.
Okay. I think so, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Is it Deputy Miller? Is that right?
You can refer to me as Dan Corn.
Okay. In this apparent email or text or something that had come through on the internet. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with the dark web? Do you know what that is?
Vaguely, yes.
Okay. Did you ask Colt if he was involved in the dark web, if he got on it, knew what it was?
It didn't really occur to me.
Okay. but you knew that this Discord was a part, could be a part of that dark web network.
I wouldn't say I knew that, no.
Okay. Were you given any information about how this threat was communicated, other than the fact that it came up over the internet?
Can you be more specific?
I mean, how was it communicated? Was just something put out on the internet, or was it directed to a particular person?
I believe it was like a chat room.
Chat room.
My understanding of Discord is it's like a group chat. There's often many people that are within this chat room.
Okay.
And they just have conversations. And initially, I think it was supposed to start out as a gaming platform where people could talk about their video games and how, build strategies or whatever.
Okay. And Mr. Colin Gray, when he came to the door, he indicated to you that certainly he would cooperate with you.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he went and got his son immediately.
Correct.
Brought his son out. Gave you the opportunity to talk with him about whatever you wanted to talk with him about. Did he ever tell you, I don't want you to talk to him anymore?
Not that I recall, no.
Did he ever tell you, you can't come back and talk with him at any time?
No, sir.
So when you began to talk with Colt, you asked him about whether he had made this threat, and he said, no, I swear I didn't. Right? And you talked to him a little while longer. And at the end, you indicated that you didn't believe he was the one that made the threat. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And his father, from what we saw on the video, indicated to you, if you believe this, all the guns in the house are gone. Isn't that what he said to you?
Maybe I don't remember him saying that. Is that was in the video?
Okay. If it's in the video, then
That's fair. That's a fair assumption. Yeah.
And he also said, I'd like for you to follow up with me and let me know if there's anything else I need to know about this situation. He wanted you to follow up with him, correct? After the conversation that you had with him the next day, did you ever follow up with him again?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't remember.
All right. But you don't have any records, any information that you talk with him again?
No.
And the conversation that you had with him the next day, was it recorded?
I believe so. I usually recorded my phone calls.
Okay. And I think you indicated that it's protocol that you normally say you need to watch your guns if there's a threat, especially now if school's going on, and you need to keep him out of school until we figure out whether this is true or not. Correct? But then you found out school was over.
Correct.
And you didn't find out that actually the threat was going on because you never got back with him, right?
I'm not sure.
You never got back with Mr. Colin Gray and told him that we found out anything else.
After the phone call?
After that second phone call, you
I believe I told him that I wasn't able to substantiate the case at that point.
Okay.
And that it wouldn't go any further.
So at that point,
wasn't any need to follow up after that.
Sure. At that point, you were not able to substantiate anything. At that point, the case went away.
Correct.
And nobody ever called him again.
Correct.
And you saw in the video, I don't think you were there, but Colt was talking with the other officer about deer hunting, about shooting his first deer. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that Colin or Colt had indicated you that they bonded by hunting together? Do you know?
He had indicated that he was trying to get him interested in outdoors and involved with some sort of outdoor sports. Whether or not that was a bonding moment, I can't speak to what their relationship was like, but one could assume as much, yes.
Okay. Well, when you had a conversation with him outside of the view and sound of the camera, did he indicate to you, and that's Colin Gray, that they bonded that way, that they went hunting together?
Honestly, without hearing a recording, that conversation was 2.5 years
It's been
ago.
a day or two.
I can't recall.
All right.
I apologize.
No problem. And Colin Gray also indicated in that video that we saw that this is no joke. You know, I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
You remember him saying that?
I do.
You said that apparently this website, there's some indication that that there was some Russian wording in it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that came through the Discord.
Yes.
Did you ask Colin Gray if you could take the computer that Colt had and check it to see if there was anything in it?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Colin Gray indicate to you that he didn't know anything much about computers?
Maybe I don't recall.
Okay. I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Can you read it right?
Let's get him out. Have you ever met Colt before?
No, sir.
Did you ever spend any time with him?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know anything about his history?
I did not.
Okay. When you were talking to Colin Gray, did he mention anything to you about 2 years before the police coming to his house?
No.
Okay. Did he mention anything about Colt searching how to kill your dad on the computer?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about his time at West Jackson Middle School where Colt got in-school suspension 3 times in his first 3 months there?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you say anything about when he was at Jefferson High School that school year that he had missed 25 days of unexcused absences?
No.
Did he talk about that at that school year at Jefferson Middle School that he had actually vandalized the bathroom in Jefferson?
No, he did not.
So he didn't tell you any of this history of Colt that you might be able to better understand?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor?
Because you were not there to interview him about truancy, right?
About truancy?
Right, about missing school.
No, sir.
You were not there to ask him about whether or not his son had ever done anything in school bad.
No, sir.
You were not there to find out whether Mr. Gray was divorced, not divorced, at what point Colt lived with his mother, not lived with his mother. These were not things that you wanted to find out at that point, was it?
Not particularly, no.
Okay, because you came there for one specific thing.
Yes, sir.
And if you wanted to ask Mr. Colin Gray about any of these other things, you could have asked. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. You excused? All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Jerry.
Let's call Michaela Anderson in the stand. Would you raise your right hand, please? For the testimony you give, matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Have you got it?
Yes.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury, please.
Hi, I'm Michaela Anderson.
And if you could spell your name for the court reporter.
Mykayla Anderson, Anderson.
Ms. Anderson, where do you work?
I did work at Jackson County DFCS.
Oh, okay, so you're no longer with Jackson County DFCS?
I'm not.
Okay. When you were with Jackson County DFCS, what was your title there? What did you do?
I was the family preservation case manager. And in that unit, we would monitor the families, link them with resources, services, and provide overall support.
Okay. And how long did you work in that capacity at DFCS?
For 3 years.
Okay. And I want to take your attention back to the spring of 2023. Were you also working at DFCS in that capacity at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working a case involving Colt Gray?
I was.
Okay. And do you remember the case number for that case?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you do a contact log, or is it part of DFCS's policy to have a contact log so that whenever you do something with your work, that you would record it in this log for purposes of bringing it up later?
Yes.
Okay. Would that log have the case number on it?
It would.
Okay. I want to show you Smart State Exhibit number 201. Make sure you can recognize that.
Yes.
Is that, would you recognize
yes.
that?
I'm sorry, yes.
And what is that?
This is our log of contacts that we can access through our system where we document our notes.
Okay. And is that the one that pertains to Colt Gray?
Yes.
And what is the case number for that?
1853-1601.
Okay. And what was the background for this case? Why was DFCS involved?
To my knowledge, mom and dad had some issues going on, and mom had moved to another county, and so I kept up with dad since he was in my county.
Okay. So mom and some other kids are in one county, and dad and Colt are in Jackson County?
Yes.
Okay. And was your job to monitor Colt?
Yes.
And what are you monitoring for?
Just, I guess, the well-being of the child, their safety, since the safety issues was with mom and dad, just making sure they're still safe since they had an open case.
Okay. These are things you're specific.
Education, making sure there's no neglect there, medical, family, stuff like that.
Okay. And did you go to, how often would you check on Colt?
Monthly, once a month.
Once a month. And by checking on Colt, what would you do?
Go to their home. I have to lay eyes on them. Just go to their home. Is that what you're asking? Or
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And so when did you first do that? When was your first contact?
My first visit with them was March 9th, 2023.
Okay. And what I've given you, which is states 201, is that the contact narrative from that day?
It is.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what you were doing on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you meet with on that day?
I only was able to meet with Mr. Colin Gray.
Okay. And was this, where was this?
At his house.
Okay. And did you speak with him face to face?
I did.
Okay. Was this an announced visit? Did he know you were coming?
No, it was unannounced, and typically every visit was unannounced. But for our first visit, I didn't have any working numbers, so I had to show up unannounced.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
I introduced myself. I explained that I was with DFCS and that I had to see him and his son monthly. He told me that he already talked to another case manager and did not want to speak with me. So I just asked if we can just exchange numbers, which we did.
Okay. And was that the end of the contact on that day?
Yes.
And that, again, was what day?
March 9th, 2023.
Okay. When, this time I tender state exhibit number 201 into evidence.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, that's what I just showed you.
Oh, that's fine. No objection? No objection. 201 is good.
And when was your next? When was your next contact?
April 12th, 2023.
Okay. And again, where was this?
At his residence.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
At this visit, I was able to speak with Colin and Colt.
Okay. And what did Colin tell you about how things were going?
Mr. Collins said that his son was doing fine. He doesn't really get in trouble. He said that Colt is shy, and his behavior has been much better since his mom's been gone.
Well, let me do this. Show you State Exhibit 201.1. What is that? Is that a copy of your contact log?
Yes.
Does it accurately reflect your conversation with Mr. Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's Tender State Exhibit number 201.1 in evidence.
Okay. All right, 201.1.
And we'll go ahead and pull that up. Yeah. Yeah, should be 412. There we go. So is that what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that on the left, there are certain, it's like subjects that are underlined.
Yes.
Okay.
Something you have to talk about each time.
Is this kind of like a checklist y'all have of topics you have to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. And do you do this every time you do the visit?
I do.
Okay. And so on this one, did you ask about his well-being?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
And what did he say?
That was him saying his behavior was fine. He doesn't really give trouble. And that he started acting better when his mom left.
Okay. And under education, what did he say about how Colt was doing with school?
He said he was doing good in school and that he has a good relationship with his teachers, with Colt's teachers.
Okay. And at the end of this, did you, under the very bottom, it says case planning services, drug screens.
Mm-hmm.
Did you offer any services for Colt?
I did. I asked if he thinks Colt needs therapy to address the issues going on in the home with his mom, and he stated no.
Okay.
But we'll keep an open mind.
Okay. Is that on the second page?
Well, it's on the first page. Well, the end of the first one and the top of the second one.
Did he make any mention to you of any bullying Colt was getting at school?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So then I want to when was your next contact?
March 5th, 2023.
Okay.
I'm sorry, maybe I got dates wrong. I had first visit March 9th, second visit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
April 12th, she said March 5th.
May. I'm sorry.
So your next one is May 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Shows 201.2. And is that a copy of your contact log from
Yes.
that day?
Mm-hmm.
And does it accurately reflect your conversation with Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And like, Your Honor, I tender State Exhibit number 201.2 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 201.2 is admitted.
And again, this contact, was it face-to-face?
Yes.
And was it at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was it unannounced?
Yes, and it was typically, well, every time it was unannounced because every time I would call, I could never reach him on the phone by text or voicemail, so I just had to show up.
He wouldn't answer phone calls?
No.
Okay. So what happened when you arrived?
I had to ring the doorbell a few times. When he did answer, he was in his towel, his chest was out. And he said that he had to go back and change his clothes. But before, he was confused why I kept coming back. And I told him, like I did the first visit, that I had to see them monthly.
Okay. And did you go through that checklist with him also?
I did.
And what did he say about Colt's behavior?
He said that Colt has been behaving good since his mother left and still hasn't caused any trouble or rarely caused any trouble.
Okay. And what does he say about school at this point?
He's doing great in school, says Colt is enjoying school.
Okay. Does he make any mentions of problems with bullying at school?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Did he tell you that the 2 weeks prior, he sent an email to the school on April 17th about bullying?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you talk to him about further services?
Yes, I would ask if he, well, at this time, I told him that the other case manager that was working with Miss Marcy, that they want Colt to do counseling.
And when was your next monthly visit?
June 9th, 2023.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's marked as 201.3. So you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
My log of contact for the month of June.
And that's the contact on June 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect conversation you had with Mr. Colin Gray on that day?
Yes.
Okay, you're on a Tennessee State Exhibit number 201.3 in the evidence.
No objection. All right, 201.3.
Okay. Now, this time, do you have a face-to-face with him again?
I do.
And was it announced or unannounced?
Unannounced still.
And why was it unannounced?
I could not reach him over the phone.
And did you ask about Colt's behavior?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He said Colt's behavior has been okay and that Colt has just been staying to himself.
Did you say anything about if Colt caused trouble or not?
And says he does not cause any trouble.
Did you ask him about school?
Yes, so at this visit, he said that Colt was doing good in school academically, but has had trouble with, well, school was let out, so it's summertime. So he said that Colt was dealing with some bullying towards the end of the school year.
Okay. This is the first time he'd mentioned bullying to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything to you about law enforcement coming out to his house 19 days earlier?
No.
Okay. Doesn't mention any of that at all?
No.
Okay. Did you talk to him about Colt needing further counseling?
Yes. I did. And I told him this time, I said, Colt has told me some things about his mom and seems to have anger towards his mom. And I feel that Colt should be in therapy at this point. But he said since Colt hasn't been causing any trouble, he still doesn't feel like it's necessary.
Okay. So he did not think counseling was necessary for Colt?
Correct.
Okay. Then I want to take your attention now to when was your next contact?
After that, I was not able to contact him. I did go to the house 3 times in July.
Okay. Tell me about the first time you went to the house.
I didn't write the dates for that. But the first time I went, couldn't reach him on the phone. So I just went up to the home and no answer, no car in the driveway or anything.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart Stakes number 201.4. Ask you to recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
My log of contacts for the month of July, but we still have to write in our narrative.
So either there's not a contact?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what you did during the month of July trying to contact Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, Senior State Step number 201.4 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 201 was submitted.
So this is July 6th. What happened?
I went to their home unannounced, rang the doorbell and waited, and nobody answered.
Okay. And when did you go back?
On the 19th,
And what happened on the 19th?
I went to the home unannounced, rang the doorbell, waited. No one answered. This time I went up to like the front door that has windows on the sides and I peeked through, and there was no furniture, but just a ladder.
Okay. And when did you go back?
And then I went back on the 21st. Same thing, I peeked through, no furniture. And I left like my contact information because I didn't know what was going on at that point, just in case he needed my number again or something.
Okay. Did he ever contact you? Ever?
Never.
Okay. At some point, did you find out that where they had moved to?
I did.
And where did they move to?
Barrow County,
Okay. And which county do you cover?
Jackson County.
Okay. Did you have any further contact with Colin or Colt?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson.
Hi.
All right, I have a few questions. I know this is from a ways ago, so if you need to look at some of these logs, just let me know, okay? All right, so you met with Mr. Gray on April 12th of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you go through this kind of a protocol you have where you make sure that you cover all the different topics you're supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So when you got to the part where you asked about case planning services, things like that, you referred to talking about counseling and therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I just have to say yes or no for the court.
I'm sorry. Yes.
You're fine. Okay. And these are suggestions that you make based on information that you have received from other sources. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not your opinion from associating with these folks that you think they need counseling.
Well, that too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you had received word from someone, and I don't want you to tell me what they said because that would be hearsay, but you had received some word from someone in South Georgia or in another county that there may be some anger issues with Colt and his mom.
Yes.
Okay. And had you ever met his mother?
I have not.
Did you ever spend any time with her?
No.
Ever interviewed her?
No.
Okay. Now, it looks like you met with Mr. Gray again on May the 5th.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And if we look at that, there is a section where it says private F/F. Can you tell the jury just what the F/F stands for?
Face to face.
All right. So that means that would have been done outside the presence of his dad.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you spoke to Colt Gray in this private meeting about the need for services, correct?
Yes.
And you let Colt know that his mother's case manager was recommending some kind of therapy for him or counseling.
I don't think I let Colt know that. I'm not sure.
Sure. Do you have page 57 in front of you? Or
Yes.
nearby?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see on page 57 where it says services/other, a little past halfway through?
For
See if
May
that-
5th?
See if that refreshes your memory at all. Under the section for private F/F with Colt Gray.
Okay.
Does that help refresh your memory at all?
It does.
So did you have a conversation with Colt about counseling and therapy in that private meeting?
Okay, to get, you're talking about page 57/84?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is blank.
I'm sorry?
This one?
Give me 1 second.
No, Your Honor, what it is the part we put into evidence is her conversations with Colin, because the conversations with Colt would have been hearsay. I do have a copy that has that, but it can't put into evidence because it would be hearsay. So if he wants to refresh her memory, he can use this copy.
This one. Well, I apologize.
I'm like, did I
I
not
thought you
write
had
it?
something totally different than you did.
Okay.
All right. Just go ahead and look at that, and I'm going to ask you some questions about what you said, not about what Colt said.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. So you had that conversation with Colt, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, that was in the private meeting with him, not with his dad present.
Yes.
And then you went back out, it looks like on June the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at that time, you had another meeting with both Colin Gray, the father, and Colt, the son. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, you brought up the anger issues with the mother with Colin Gray, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge at that time, and every time you visit them, it sounds like, mom was not living with them.
No.
Mom was not there.
No.
Okay. All right. Let me grab that back so I can give that to the DA.
Okay.
And he may have some other questions. Thank you.
Can you rewrite?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, man. There you go.
Thank you. Do you want these papers?
You should leave that off.
Okay.
State calls this week.
State calls to meet the convention.
Need you to use the restroom? All right. Thought I had, I didn't see the note. All right, we'll take a 10-15 minute restroom.
today. They are not very long witnesses. It is possible we will end early.
Okay.
But the witness who would come next is Heather Lashley, and she is the crime scene person from the house. And we do think she would be relatively long. So we don't want to start her like at 4 and then not be able to finish her. So I just kind of want to make the court aware. But that wouldn't mean we would get through 16 witnesses. So I think that's good.
And Judge, I was going to say, there is something that Jimmy and I need to speak with Mr. Gray about. We were hoping to get out a little early so we could have that conversation here.
Okay.
Before they send it back, so that kind of would work out to help us as well.
Sounds like it all lines up.
Thank you, Judge.
Y'all ready for one?
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you all this. So sometimes I get a message that a juror needs a restroom break, but this phone doesn't, when I have it on mute, doesn't tell me. Yeah, it doesn't flash, it doesn't light up, so I don't know. If you hit a point where you need a restroom break, and you're like, I told Brooks or one of the other bailiffs, we have to just raise your hand. There's nothing wrong with that. We'll take a break. All right, you call your next witness.
State calls Tamika Mitchum to the stand. Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you give, matter now opinion before this court, be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself for the jury and then spell it for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Tamika Mitchell. It's spelled TAMEKAMITCHEM.
And what do you do, Ms. Mitchum?
I work for the Department of Family and Children Services as a supervisor for foster care.
Okay. I want to take your attention back to 2023. Where were you working then?
I worked in Ben Hill and Irving County DFCS office as a case manager.
Okay, so back then you were a case manager?
Correct.
What does a case manager do in general terms?
They would go out and see families in the home, work a case plan. In the program that I was in, which was family preservation, I helped families to prevent foster care, work with kids that are still in the home.
Okay. I want to take your attention back. Were you working in 2023 a case involving Colt Gray?
I was.
Okay. And was that case number 185316001?
Yes.
Okay. What's the background of that case?
But I got the kids, it was started in Jackson County and they got transferred to Ben Hill County when the mom and the two younger children moved back to Ben Hill County.
Okay. And so your job was to do what?
To work with mom, to help her work her case plan. The perpetrator was the mom. So we were focused more on mom and helping her work her case plan through therapy, making sure the kids are taken care of and things like that.
Okay. And what two kids were down there in Ben Hill County?
Jenny and Coley.
Okay. And what child was still up in Jackson County?
Colt.
Okay. And who was watching Colt?
I'm his father.
Who defects wise was watching Colt?
Jackson DFCS.
Okay. So it was a different caseworker?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Michaela Anderson?
I didn't know her, but we had conversation over email and
Okay.
things like that. So yes,
Okay, and she was the one following Colt?
yes,
As part of your job with DFACS, do you keep a log of all the contacts you have with people?
that's correct.
Okay, and is it made at the time of the contact?
Yes,
And is it kept in the ordinary course of your business with DFACS?
correct.
And is it used to refresh your memory years later?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did Colt also come down to Ben Hill?
He did.
You remember about when that was?
It was during the summer.
During the summer?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention to specifically September 29th of 2023. Did you meet with Marcy on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of your contact log with you?
I do not.
Okay. Let me show you this. Is that a copy of your log?
It is.
Okay. So on the 29th, where did you meet with Marcy?
At the defects office.
Okay. And what was the purpose of meeting with her?
To talk about her case closing, we were wrapping up the case and have her to continue with therapy for the children.
Had therapy been scheduled for Colt?
She said yes, and it was at the Healing Connection, I want to say in Tifton, I believe.
Okay. And when was it scheduled for?
For the next Thursday.
The next Thursday. Okay. And when was the next time you met with Marcy?
That'll be in October.
Okay. And what date?
That'll be the 5th.
All right. And where was this meeting at?
This was at Marcy's residence.
Okay. And was Colt still living at Marcy's residence on October 5th?
No,
Where was he?
he had moved back with his father.
Okay. And was that before the Thursday he was supposed to have therapy?
I'm not quite sure because I don't have a calendar, and so I'm not sure.
Okay. So take your attention to October 13th of 2023.
Okay.
Did you have a phone call with Colin Gray?
I did.
Is that reflected in your contact narrative log? Would it be in your contact
Yes,
narrative
it would
log?
be.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 202.1 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a contact narrative log of my conversation I had with Mr. Colin Gray.
On what day?
I'm sorry, October 13th.
Okay. And does that accurately reflect your conversation with Mr. Gray that day?
Yes.
All right, this time I tend to State Exhibit number 202.1 in evidence.
No objection. All right. 2.1.
So this conversation you had with, was this face-to-face, phone call, email, text message? What was it?
A phone call.
Phone call. And what was the purpose of this phone call?
We wanted him to come and pick up Jenny and Coley from their mom's house
And why was that?
because mom at the time, she had tested positive and we had just got her drug screening back and it was unsafe for the kid to continue to stay in her care.
Okay. Just a week before you were talking to her about closing her case.
Correct.
Okay. And then she test positive?
Yes, we did a last drug screen just to make sure that she was still clean. And then when we got the results back, that's when it came back positive.
Okay. And so did y'all decide at that point to remove the children from her?
Yes,
And did Mr. Colin Gray agree to come down and get the kids?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And so the next day would have been the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. And I assume you had contact with him again on that day?
Yes, sir.
I'll show us marks 202.2. Actually, if you can recognize that.
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is my contact with the family the next day on October the 14th.
And does it accurately reflect your conversations with Colin Gray and around Colin Gray?
Yes.
Now, this time that's interstate slip number 202.2 in evidence.
No objection.
All right, 202.2.
Okay. So what's happening on this day?
This day, Mr. Gray and Colt had came down and we had met at Marcy's parents' house, Miss Gray's parents' house, where Marcy and the two younger children were at.
Were the parents there? Marcy's parents, were they present?
Not that I saw, so no.
Okay.
I didn't see them if they were.
So it's just Marcy, Colin, and the three kids.
Correct.
Okay. And what was going on this day?
On that day, we told Marcy about her drug screen and how we are going to have Mr. Gray take the kids with him back to his home.
Okay. Was there what's called a safety plan put in place?
There was.
And what's a safety plan?
A safety plan is where they, a piece of paper that is written up to minimize a safety risk.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, they agree that the children will go back with Mr. Gray and mom will be supervised around the children. And then Mr. Gray will determine what kind of supervision that she will have if there was any.
Okay. So she can't have contact on her own.
Correct.
It'd have to be through Mr. Gray.
Correct.
And he decides.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a specific private, first of all, how did Marcy take this?
She was upset about it.
Okay. Did you have a private conversation with Colin?
I did.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that conversation?
Well, per DFCS policy, all children, when we interview them, will have to be in private. And since this is my first time seeing him since he left, I would have to have a conversation with him in private to see how things were going with his dad.
No, not Colt, Colin.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
My bad.
I might not have been clear.
To talk to him if he had any questions, any concerns, anything that I can answer, and to talk to him about moving forward with the kids in his home.
Okay. Did you talk to him at all about the kids and their schooling?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
To get the kids in school and let's see. I knew that Colt and Jenny wanted to go homeschooling, but just to make sure that they get the education and get in school as soon as possible, as soon as you get up there.
Okay. And did you talk to him about any sort of therapy or counseling for the children?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
That the kids need to go to therapy, and that as soon as he can, and that he has said that it would be good for them to go to therapy.
Okay. Did he say to you whether or not he would put the kids in therapy?
I'm sorry?
Did he say whether or not he would agree to that, putting kids in therapy?
Yes.
What did he say?
That the whole family will be going to therapy.
Okay. So that was on the 14th?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow up with a phone call on October 18th?
Yes.
Mr. Gray. Now, at this point, you're back up here in Barrow County?
Yes.
We show smart state slip number 202.3. Actually, if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is that?
This is October 18th, the write-up on the phone call I had with Mr. Gray.
Okay. And does it accurately, I haven't got evidence. Does it accurately reflect your phone call that you had with Mr. Gray on that day?
Yes.
This time I've entered this into evidence.
No objection.
All right, 202.3.
All right. So in this conversation, do y'all talk about schooling for the children?
Yes.
And where are the kids doing for schooling?
Coley had gotten into Austin Road Elementary. And even though Jenny and Colt wanted to do homeschooling, but the school district didn't have the space for them. So they were going to attend school physically.
Okay. Did you ask anything about getting the kids in therapy?
Yes.
And what did Colin say about that?
He said, well, I encouraged him to get the kids in therapy, and that he said that he's looking into different therapists already.
Okay. And did he agree that he and the kids would both be going to therapy?
Yes.
Okay. On the next day, October 19th, what did you do? What I'm specifically referring to, did Barrow County DFCS assist you in any way?
Yes.
And what was their assistance?
We asked them to go and to assess the home, to check on the kids, to talk to the kids about school, about therapy, and then we'll close our case afterwards.
Okay. And did you ask them to do this on the 19th, the day after that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. And did someone from Barrow County DFCS go out to the home and talk with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Did that person write a report?
They did.
Okay. And was that report sent to you?
Yes.
When did you receive that report?
On the 30th.
Okay. And when DFCS does a home check like that, a safety, would you call it a safety assessment?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there like a checklist they're going down of topics they're supposed to be covering, looking for?
They are. Normally it's a walkthrough of the home, make sure there is no safety issues. Things are put up, make sure that the other kids have beds, there's food in the home, things like that. There's no wiring, exposed wires, infestation, stuff like that in the home.
Do they also talk about education for the kids and counseling and therapy and other services for the kids?
Yes.
Tell me about weapons. Do you ask about that sort of thing, weapons in the home?
We do.
Okay. And was that done in the safety plan that you got back from the person from Barrow County?
Yes.
Were all of those issues addressed?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that safety plan that you got back, what did you do with the case?
We closed the case.
Okay. And when did you close the case?
Let's say October 30th or 31st was the last day. I sent it to my supervisor to close when he shipped.
Okay. And was it closed based on the information you received in that home assessment?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchum.
Good afternoon.
I've got a few questions. I know this is all quite a while in the past. So if you need to refresh your memory or look at anything, let me know and I'll see what I can do to help you with that. Okay. All right. So when did you first become involved in this case personally?
January of 2023.
And so your total exposure was it sounds like almost a year, 10 months?
Correct.
Okay. And you were down in Ben Hill County?
Correct.
So the majority of your contact was with Marcy Gray?
Correct.
And I think you said that the case was against Marcy Gray?
Correct.
Now, to fast forward to October of 2023, you said that you had to call Mr. Colin Gray to come down to pick up the kids.
That's correct.
That was due to a positive drug screen on Miss Marcy Gray.
Correct.
So at that point, you were taking the kids from her because it was no longer safe and giving them to the father.
Correct.
And the understanding he was going to take all of the kids. Well, I guess at that point, Colt had already gone back to live with him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So he was coming down to get the two younger kids.
That's correct.
And then all three kids would be living with him up in Barrow County.
Correct.
All right. And you said that at some point in October, you met with Marcy Gray and informed her that the kids would be staying with Dad.
Correct.
And she was not happy about that.
No.
And she made that known to you?
Yes.
Okay. However, based on the circumstances, you felt that that was in the best interest of the children.
That's correct.
And then you put a safety plan in place that basically allowed Mr. Gray to determine whether or not the kids would be allowed to see Marcy Gray.
Correct.
Whether it's supervised or unsupervised, that obligation would fall on him.
Correct.
Did you inform her that if she was unhappy with the access she had to the kids through Mr. Gray, that she would have to work that out with Mr. Gray.
Correct.
That wasn't going to be your job.
Correct.
Okay. Did she seem upset about that?
Yes.
I imagine she was. All right. And to go back to the meeting in September of 2023, I believe you indicated that, so September 29th, 2023, at that point, Colt Gray was in Ben Hill County with his mom?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you ask about schooling at that time to see if the kids were in school?
Yes.
And I assume the answer you got was from Marcy?
Yes.
Okay. Did it indicate if there was any homeschooling?
Yes.
Was that for all the kids or just some of the kids?
Just Colt.
Just Colt. Okay. You also testified that there was some therapy scheduled for shortly after September 29th, 2023.
Correct.
Was some therapy scheduled for shortly after September 29th, 2023.
Correct.
And that information came from Marcy?
Yes.
Was that something that you had scheduled for them?
No, Marcy was looking at her own therapy.
Okay.
For her and the children.
Okay, gotcha. And when you recommended therapy for the kids, Coley Jr. and Jenny had been staying with their mom.
Correct.
And mom had tested positive.
Yes.
For a controlled substance.
Yes.
And were you concerned that they might need therapy for what it was they were seeing while living with mom?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Just to clarify, Your Honor, we have I'm just showing you calendars from back 2023 September. I think you had testified that you met with Marcy on the 29th, and she said that Colt was getting therapy the next Thursday. And then what would be the next Thursday?
The 5th.
October 5th?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the day you went out there and Colt wasn't there anymore?
That's correct.
Okay. No further question, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, man, for you.
Kareem Pierre Charles. Can you raise your right hand, please? For the testimony you give a matter of now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Hello, I'm Kareem Pierre Charles.
Okay. And now if you could please spell your name for the court reporter.
KARINEPIERRE CHARLES.
And what do you do, Ms. Pierre Charles?
I am a CPS investigator,
Okay. And what is a CPS investigator?
Child Protective Services investigator with Barrow County defects.
Is that the same? Child defects is
Yes.
CPS defects?
Yes.
Are they kind of interchangeable? Did y'all change names or?
No, we're just CPS investigators, case managers.
Oh, okay. So that's the title of your thing. Okay.
Yes.
But you work for defects?
Yes.
Okay. I was confused. Sometimes agencies change their names and don't tell anybody. So were you working in that capacity back in October of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get asked to do an agency assist for the Ben Hill County defects?
Yes.
And what is an agency assist?
A courtesy visit where a county will ask to do a home visit and ask questions and then report back to the county that requested the home visit.
Okay. And did you do a home assessment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that a routine thing for you to have done for your job duties back then?
Yes.
And is it something where you're generally doing a list of things for every single one, and then you add a few things if it's something specific?
Yes.
Okay. So there are certain categories you're always looking for.
Depending on the case, but we do ask questions.
And what general categories of things are you looking for?
You know, who lives in a home, find out if there's anything in the home, like any safety concerns in the home. We ask questions about the children, you know, like school, if they're on medication, safety assessments.
Okay. And what was the residence that you were asked to do this for?
The residence was at on Harrison Mill.
Ma'am?
You said the residence?
The residence. Do you remember the address?
Harrison Mill, I think it was 895 or 894 Harrison Mill.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you write up a report?
I did.
Okay. Is that normal part of your duties as DFACS to write up a report?
Yes, we have to do that.
And do you write up that report contemporaneously to when the things are happening?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect the things that have happened?
Yes.
Okay. And is that so that you can refresh your knowledge and learn about it for later, testifying a year later, 2 years later, 3 years later?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 139 and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a documentation
Okay.
on the home visit.
Okay. And is that what you typed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, some of that's been blacked out. So has it been redacted that way?
Yes, it depends on if, guess what court.
No, we redacted it. I
Okay.
just wanted you to
Okay.
point that out. I'm not telling you.
Okay.
They need to. Can you tell in there what is redacted out?
A conversation with children.
Okay. Is what's left in there your conversation, what you saw in your conversation with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. Other than blacking out your conversations with the children, is it a true and accurate copy of your assessment?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I tender State Exhibit number 139 to evidence this redacted version.
No objection.
All right, 139.
Okay. So with your conversation, can we? Sure. So what date was this?
On the 30th.
Okay, of 2023?
Of 2023.
Okay, and that shows the address there, 894 Harrison Mill Road?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next section. So this is your conversation with Colin Gray?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you about counseling services that he was going to get for children?
He stated that he was arranging counseling services for the children and for himself.
Did he say he was arranging or arranged?
Arranged.
Okay, so
counseling
it already
services.
happened.
Yes.
Okay. And where did he say that those counseling services were at?
Barrow Village Ministry.
Are you familiar with that place?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that that's a real place that exists?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also talk about the education for the children?
Yes, he did.
And what did he say about that?
He stated that the children has started at Austin Elementary,
Mm-hmm.
and the other two children will be transferred to a middle school.
And which middle school is that?
Heyman Morris Middle School.
Is that middle school in Barrow County?
Yes.
Okay. Going down to the next paragraph. Did you discuss a safety plan with the children?
He stated that he was given a safety plan.
Okay. And who has supervision over those children according to the safety plan?
He stated that the safety plan stated that he was able to let the children see mom with or without supervision.
Did you ask him about weapons in the home?
I did.
Okay. And is that something that is important for your safety assessment?
That's a question that we would ask.
Okay. And what did he say about weapons in the home?
He stated that he has a weapon and that it was secured and locked up.
Okay. And, yeah, sorry. And the third paragraph, did he talk about DFAC's involvement with his case?
He did.
What did he say on that last?
He said that he had never been involved with DFACs.
Okay. Did he say anything about Shonda Goolsby talking to him in his carport in Fitzgerald, a DFACS worker?
No.
Okay. Did he make any mention of Michaela Anderson, also a DFACS worker, coming to his house 4 times earlier that same year?
No.
Okay. So he tells you this is his first dealing with DFACS ever?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, and so you wrote up this synopsis, did you send that to Tamika Mitchum?
I did.
Okay. And did you have any further involvement with this case?
No.
Good afternoon. All right. So on October 30th, 2023, you are dispatched to this address to do a safety check.
Yes.
And the safety check, you go into the home, you speak to everybody, is that correct?
Yes.
You do a walkthrough of the home, presumably?
Yes.
So you're able to observe the condition of the home?
Yes.
I assume you're looking to make sure there's food in the home,
Yes.
house is clean?
Yes.
Things are put up?
Yes.
You asked Mr. Gray about guns,
I asked about weapons.
about weapons?
Yes.
Okay. He told you he had some?
He said he had weapons. Yes.
Okay. And did he show you the weapons?
He did not.
Did you see the weapons in the house anywhere?
No, there were no weapons.
Okay. And you were told the weapons were stored away,
Yes.
that they were out of the reach of the kids?
Yes.
And locked away?
Yes.
Okay. And the conclusion of your assessment was that the home was safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that there were no observable hazards or concerns that you were able to see?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Can you rewrite?
No, you're right. Excuse.
Thank you, man. You're pretty good.
Thank you.
Take calls next week.
The state calls Scott Dakin. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and go ahead and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Scott Dakin, Dakin.
And what do you do currently?
Currently, I am the executive director of the Ministry Village here in Winder, which is a Christian counseling nonprofit and a resiliency center.
Okay. So prior to working for Barrow Ministry Village, what did you do?
I spent almost 30 years in fire and EMS here in Barrow County.
Okay. We've had some teachers testify about training regarding like stop the bleed, that kind of thing at school. Were you involved in that?
Yes, ma'am. In the summer of 2017, I met with the school administration about the Stop the Bleed program to try to get help set up. In 2017, we actually taught every staff member of Barrow County schools and have continued to teach staff members since then. We also started implementing it in the high schools as well, teaching students, some of the students.
And when did you retire from fire EMS?
January 6th of 2024.
And when did you take over as executive director of the Barrow Ministry Village?
Towards the end of February of that year.
Okay. So February of 2024, you took over. What do you do as executive director of Barrow Ministry Village?
I'm responsible for the overall management of the organization.
And you indicated that it's counseling services. Can you just tell us a little bit about who you offer counseling to?
So we have numerous programs and numerous counselors. We offer a lot to victims of crime. We do a lot of teenage anxiety and depression. We offer it depending on how we have sliding scale fees and everything else to help as much as we can. We want to make it accessible to everybody.
So that would include adults, teenagers, and children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of your duties as executive director of Barrow Ministry Village, do you have access to their records?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do y'all keep records for each individual person that y'all treat or that has been referred for treatment or has filled out a referral to get treatment?
Yes, ma'am. We are required to keep, especially if they come in as clients, we are required to keep their information for many years.
Okay. And as far as someone who wants to get treatment through Barrow Ministry Village, how do they go about contacting y'all?
So whether they call or what, we prefer people to go online. There's a referral form, and even if they call, we have them fill out that referral form. That referral form goes into our system at that point.
Okay. And then does that create a record of a patient or potential patient for y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how far do those records of yours go back for referral forms and also for patients?
So at different times, but both of them date back to about 2019.
Okay. So if someone had been a patient at Barrow Ministry Village in 2023, specifically sometime after October of 2023, would you have a record of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review your records in preparation for testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And did you specifically look to see whether or not Colin Gray, Colt Gray, Jenny Gray, and Coley Gray had ever been a patient at Barrow Ministry Village?
Yes, I did.
And did any of those individuals ever receive treatment at Barrow Ministry Village?
There is no mention of any of them individuals in any of our systems.
So would that include also them never having filled out a referral form for Barrow Ministry Village?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And is there any records that suggest anyone on that list ever contacted Barrow Ministry Village for any reason?
No, ma'am. The way we search, it should have showed up if any of them even just filled out a referral form.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions, and I'll do it from here. Wasting your time. Your records would not reflect if somebody called in and got asked questions. It would only be when somebody filled out a form. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Need to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. State calls next, please.
State calls Don Crook. Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes. My name is Dawn Crook. My first name is spelled D-A-W-N. The last name is C-R-O-O-K.
And what do you do, Ms. Crook?
I'm a therapist in the mental health field.
And can you tell us a little bit about your qualifications that allow you to do that?
Yes, I graduated from RUC University Atlanta, in 2006 with my bachelor's degree in psychology, and also have graduated with my master's degree in 2009 in community counseling from OC University Atlanta as well.
And do you have your own practice?
Yes, I do.
And what is it called?
Enlightenment Counseling.
How long have you had your own practice?
It's been a little over 2 years now.
And can you tell me a little bit about who you see and what you do at your practice?
Yes, I tend to work with children, families, couples, providing counseling to them for a variety of issues, depression, anxiety, anger, a little bit of everything, really.
And where are you located?
My office is in Winder, Georgia.
Okay. How would someone find you if they wanted to get counseling in the Barrow County area?
So I have a website for my practice, and then I have a Psychology Today profile as well.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 140.1 and 140.2.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
That is my business website and the means in which to reach out for services.
Okay, Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence Exhibit 140.1 and 140.2.
I don't have any problem with that. I don't know that they should go after the jury advertisement, so we're gonna talk about that later.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to go ahead and pull up 140.1. And you indicated this was your website.
That is correct.
And you don't have to read it specifically, but just kind of tell us exactly what this purpose of this part of your website is.
It's just letting people know that, my experience in the field and what kind of therapy modalities I use, certification, the population that I work with, and also my degrees as well.
And does that include teenagers, your population?
That is correct.
And I'll pull up 140.2. All right. And tell us what this is.
That is the form to fill out in order to reach out for services through my website as well.
And how are you notified if someone fills out that form?
I get an email in regards to those messages, and I can either access it through my email or the Wix site that hosts my email account, or hosts my business website rather.
Okay. And if someone contacts you through this form and that you get an email, how do you respond?
I typically respond by acknowledging their email and letting them know I'll reach out, or sometimes people would just fill out the information and what kind of services they're looking for, and they may not necessarily provide me with a phone number, so sometimes I will respond asking them for a phone number to reach out and talk with them by phone.
And before you meet with someone, do you generally want to talk with them by phone?
Correct, I do.
And why is that?
Just to make sure that we're a good fit in what type of services they're looking for, that I have experience working with that population, to make sure that our schedules align as well, because sometimes with children, teenagers, families, they have busy lives and busy schedules, and they need evening appointments, and I may not always have those available. So.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141.1, 141.2, and 141.3. Will you look through those and tell me if you recognize them?
Did you say 141.1?
Yes.
Yes, I do recognize these.
And what do you recognize those as?
Those were emails sent to my private practice regarding services for Colt.
And are they, I guess, a fair and accurate copy of those emails that you provided to the state?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 141.1 through 141.3.
Yes, Your Honor, I think they are continuing testimony, so I would object to them.
No objections or disability?
No objection to questioning this witness about them.
All right, very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're going to go ahead and pull up 141.1. All right, so I want to kind of just, before we read what the emails are, that first message up there, is that from the initial contact submission?
That is correct.
Okay. And so how do you know who it's from?
I can see his father's name at the beginning of the message.
Is this how it shows up? You indicated on the Wix website. Is that correct? Is this how it
That
shows
is
up when
correct.
you are reviewing referrals?
Yes.
Okay. So what did the defendant write to you initially when he filled out the contact form?
It says, I'm a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest 14-year-old. We've had a very volatile, difficult past couple of years, and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help? Thanks.
And do you accept United Healthcare insurance?
Yes, I do.
Also at the bottom, it says message via email, and it provides an email address. Can you tell us that email address?
That is my practice web, or I'm sorry, you're talking about
Yes.
the email address in which it was sent from?
Yes.
cgray@kpgc.net.
And so that is how Colin Gray was able to get in touch with you through that email address.
Correct.
And did you then respond to the defendant after that contact?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say?
I said, hi, Coley. Thank you so much for reaching out. Would you mind sending me your number and I can give you a call to discuss services and see if I would be a good fit for Colt? I've definitely worked with teenagers before that have gone through the things that he's experiencing. If this sounds good, I can go ahead and send up paperwork and get services started for him.
And you indicated sometimes people don't initially send you a phone number. Was that true in this case?
Correct, it was.
Okay. And then we'll go to 141.2. Okay, and did he respond to your initial email about, hey, send me a number?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said, oh, wow, thank you so much. Yes, please send me the paperwork. I build commercial buildings for a living, so it's loud on these job sites, but my number is 706-410-8447. If I miss it, please leave a message and I will call ASAP. I can't thank you enough and pray this is what he needs.
And did you respond to that email where he gave you his phone number?
I did not, but I did call him.
Okay. And did you make that call at approximately 4:30 on August 16th?
Don't remember the exact time, but that I'm guessing is accurate.
And that would have been, you would have called the same day that he contacted you, correct?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, we have State's Exhibit 150, which is a voicemail that Ms. Crook left for the defendant. Have you had an opportunity to review that voicemail?
Yes.
And when you indicated that you called him, did he answer the phone?
No, he did not.
And you left him a voicemail?
I did.
Was that voicemail a fair and accurate recording of the voicemail that you left for the defendant on August 16th?
That is correct.
We'd like to introduce it in evidence, Your Honor.
You said that August 16th?
Yes.
Any objection to 150?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. And that would have been August 16th of 2024, just for the record. All right, so at this time, we're going to play that voicemail.
Hey, Mr. Gray, this is Dawn Crickles and White Med Counseling. I was just giving you a call to touch base about services for Colt. You can give me a call when you get back. My number is 389-0448. If for some reason we don't get to touch base today, maybe we can call on Monday if that works better. I do appreciate it and look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you so much.
Did he ever call you back after you left that voicemail?
No, he did not.
Did he respond by email after you left that voicemail?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you, again, follow up with another phone call to him?
I did.
Okay. And was that phone call on August 21st?
That is correct.
And again, I think the call, does it sound around 4:30 sound about right?
That is probably accurate.
When you called him again, I guess 5 days later on August 21st, did he answer that day?
No, he did not.
Did you leave him another voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Have you had an opportunity to review that voicemail as well?
Yes, I have.
And was it a fair and accurate recording of the voicemail that you left for Colin Gray on August 21st of 2024?
Yes, it is.
And Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence Exhibit 151, which is a second email that Don Crook left for the defendant on August 21st of 2024. Sorry, voicemail. Did I say email? I apologize. Voicemail.
Any objection? No, no. All right, 151 is good.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 143. I apologize.
Stage 143.
Hey, Mr. Gray, this is Dawn Crick with Enlightenment Counseling. You know, I got a message last week in regards to services for Colt, and I was just trying to give you a call and touch base with you real quick. You want to call me back at 786-389-0448. I look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you.
And did the defendant ever return that phone call?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did you also send him another email after that voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and we're going to go back to State Exhibit 141 and pull up 141.3. Okay. Is this the email that you sent after that voicemail?
Yes, it is.
And what is the date and time of that email?
It's dated August 21st at 6:10 p.m.
Okay. Is this generally when you follow up with people kind of after work hours?
Yes, that is correct.
And what did you send to the defendant on August 21st?
The email said, "Hi, Mr. Gray. I hope you're doing well. I wanted to follow up and let you know that I tried to call you to touch base on Friday and left a message for you today as well. If you would please call me back when you have a moment to discuss details and get services started for Colt."
Okay. And did you leave your phone number again?
Yes, I did.
Did he ever respond to that email with an email or a phone call?
No, he did not.
Did he ever come by your office?
No, he did not.
At any point, did you ever see Colt for any sort of counseling services?
No, I did not.
Cross.
No question, John.
All right. Thank you, Andy, for your help.
Thank you, sir.
State and call us next witness.
State calls Mackenzie McCorkle. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I swear.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and also spell both your names for the court reporter?
My name is Mackenzie McCorkle, M-A-C-K-E-N-Z-I-E. Last name M-C-C-O-R-K-L-E. I'm an investigator with the Sheriff's Office. I investigate crimes against persons. I enter internet crimes against children, and I do digital forensics.
So you indicated that you work with the Sheriff's Office. How long have you worked with the Sheriff's Office?
13 years.
Okay. When did you become a member of the investigations unit?
In July of 2021.
And when did you start doing the digital forensics?
Around 2022.
And kind of tell us that part of your job. What does that entail?
I do cell phone extractions. I do computer evidence, USB thumb drives, anything that stores data.
And can you just sort of tell us a little bit about what you mean by cell phone extraction?
Yeah, it's also called a phone dump is the more common term, but it just takes all the evidence, everything on a device and puts it into a readable format.
And back on September 4th of 2024, were you in that same role at the Barrow County Sheriff's Office doing digital forensics and investigations?
Yes, I was.
Did you perform any phone extractions related to the Colt and Colin Gray case?
I did.
Okay. And before we get into the specific phone extractions, I want to get into a little bit about your training that you have related to conducting phone extractions. First off, are you certified in phone extractions?
Yes.
And what device do you generally use to extract phones?
It's called Cellbrite.
And can you tell us what that is?
It's a program that is in software and hardware, and it extracts the data from the phone and then parses that data into that readable format.
Okay. And are you a member of any task forces that are related to these digital forensics?
Yes.
And what is that?
I'm part of the Secret Service Digital Evidence Task Force.
And what does that entail?
More just digital evidence, acquiring that digital evidence and making it readable for other investigators.
Okay, so other investigators from other agencies?
Yes.
Do you, as part of being, or when you are a part of that task force, you also receive training through the Secret Service?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how much training have you gotten related to digital forensics?
Couple hundred hours, probably.
And as far as for extractions, approximately how many devices have you done extractions on?
Somewhere between 400 and 500.
Talking about Cellbrite, you mentioned that it takes data from a phone and puts it in a readable format. Can you tell us what kind of, generally speaking, what kind of data comes off a phone?
Timestamps. So there's media files, pictures, videos, phone call logs, internet search history, text messages.
So anything you can think of that you do on a phone could potentially be pulled from your phone.
Yes.
Okay. Can Cellbrite pull deleted data?
It can.
But does it always?
Not always.
Does Cellbrite alter the data in any way when it pulls it from the cell phone?
No.
And you mentioned that once Cellbrite, it will pull the data from the phone, put it in a readable format. Kind of tell me what you mean by readable format.
So Cellbrite has two different programs. One is to extract the data from the phone, and the other one is to build the report. And you can do it in either a standalone viewer made by Cellbrite or put it in a PDF format.
Okay. And PDF format, is that just where you can just kind of scroll through everything?
Yes.
Okay. And the other format, what is the benefit of that format?
It's a little more user friendly. You can navigate a little bit easier using their standalone viewer.
How many cell phones did you extract related to the Colin and Colt Gray case?
4.
And whose phones were they?
Colin, Colt, Jenny, and Marcy Gray.
And were you able to successfully perform extractions on those 4 phones?
Yes.
Did you perform all those extractions consistent with your training in using Cellbrite?
Yes.
And were those extractions put in a readable format?
They were.
And was it put in both readable formats that you mentioned, the PDF and then the other user-friendly one as well?
Yes.
When you are reviewing a phone extraction in the user-friendly format, are you able to view specific parts of the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
So you can just view, say, text messages from this date to this date.
Yes.
Okay. Are cell phone extractions large?
Yes.
So in this case, can you tell us kind of generally how large the phone extractions were?
They were a couple of them. 2 of them were 30 to 60,000 pages on the PDF format, and 2 of them were between 10 and 20,000.
So given that would be unwieldy to be able to print 60,000 pages, are you able to just select a portion of the relevant part of the phone extraction and print that?
Yes.
Okay. And would that include being able to print off just text messages from a certain date or phone calls from a certain date?
Yes.
Can you also print off sort of a timeline for a certain date?
Yes.
And what would that include?
It would include anything that you selected. So that could be internet search history, call logs, text messages, any app installations during that time frame.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
It is Colin Gray's cell phone.
Okay. And is that the phone that you extracted for Colin Gray?
It is.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce an evidence State Exhibit 155, Colin Gray's cell phone.
Real fast, because I'm not sure which ones they're going to use, but what he took off certainly don't have any good.
And this one's just the phone.
This is just the phone, yes.
The phone itself, okay.
All right, 155 is good.
And I'm going to give you this for reference. Do you know what day you did the phone extraction on Colin Gray's phone?
On September 5th of 2024.
And what kind of phone was it?
It was a iPhone 14.
And were you able to do what you would consider a complete extraction of his phone?
Yes, it was a full file system.
And you indicated that at least two of the phones had about 60,000 pages. Did his phone have about 60,000 pages?
It did, yes.
Okay.
Can we come to the bench, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with State Exhibit 156. And there are 3 notebooks for 156. Put them in order. Have you had an opportunity to review these?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just kind of briefly tell us what the time frame, it should be on the front of it, for each notebook is, and is it related to the cell phone extraction for Colin Gray?
Yes, this first one is Colin Gray's phone extraction from May 2024 through July 2024. The second one is Colin Gray's phone extraction from August of 2024. And the last one is Colin Gray's phone extraction from September 1st of 2024 through September 4th of 2024.
And are those notebooks organized by date?
Yes.
And then within each date, are there certain sections of the extraction that have been printed out that are relevant?
Yes.
And would that include, I know we mentioned timeline extractions, text message, internet history, and then images? Is that essentially how each date is laid out?
Yes.
Okay. And having reviewed those previously, are those portions of Colin Gray's extraction that have been printed are all of those in that notebook that were, let me say that better. Is everything in that notebook from Colin Gray's extraction?
Yes.
Okay. You're right. This time I'd like to introduce an evidence State Exhibit 156.
Under the rules we talked about, we don't have any problem with that, but we may have individual objections to some of the items that they pull out of that book.
I find that a foundation's been laid for stage 156, related into evidence, but some portions are going to be admissible.
Yes. And just for the record, the state will be going through those notebooks with a different witness. We're just laying the foundation through Investigator McCorkle. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 157. Can you tell us for State Exhibit 157 whose phone that is?
This is Colt Gray's phone.
And is that also a phone that you extracted?
It is, yes.
You're right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 157.
Same objections.
All right, 157, phone of Colt Gray.
Just for reference, if they need it. When did you perform the extraction for Colt Gray's phone?
I was on September 4th of 2024.
Right. I'm going to go grab State Exhibit 158. What kind of phone was Colt Gray's phone?
It was Android.
And approximately how long was that report?
That was somewhere between 10 and 20,000 pages.
Okay. And for State Exhibit 158, again, did you, or are you able to print out smaller portions of relevant records as opposed to the entire 10,000 pages?
Yes.
And is that what is in this notebook? Is it smaller portions of Colt Gray's cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Is it organized in a similar way to Colin's phone by date and by type of information?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I'm going to show it to you. Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
And again, does that notebook only contain information from Colt Gray's extraction?
Yes, it does.
All right. This time I'd like to introduce into evidence States Exhibit 158.
Same question. All right, foundation.
And you mentioned you also did an extraction for Marcy Gray's phone. Is that phone still in evidence?
No,
Was it returned to Marcy?
it was, yes.
And when did you perform an extraction on that phone?
September 12th of 2024.
What kind of phone was it?
It was also an Android,
And approximately how long was her report?
somewhere between 30 and 40,000 pages.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. It is one folder. Can you tell us the time frame for that?
This was August 21st through September 4th.
Okay. And is everything in Exhibit 159 from Marcy Gray's extraction?
Yes.
And again, is it the smaller snippets that are organized by date and by type of information?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 159. Okay. And did you, you mentioned you also did a phone extraction on Jenny Gray's phone. Is that phone still in evidence?
No.
Was it also returned to Jenny Gray?
Yes, it was.
And when did you perform an extraction on that phone?
September 5th of 2024.
And what kind of phone was it?
It was an iPhone.
Okay. Approximately how long was her report?
Somewhere between 10 and 20,000 pages again.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 160. Can you tell me what the time frame for the extraction for Jenny's phone was?
March 29th through September 4th.
And would that be 2024?
Yes.
And for Exhibit 160, again, is everything in that notebook from Jenny Gray's extraction?
It is.
And is it, again, organized by date and type of information?
Yes.
You're at this time, I'll lay introduce into evidence State Exhibit 160.
All right, nominations been made for 160.
Now, for this case, was your role specifically to do the phone extractions?
Yes.
Okay. Did you analyze the phone extraction reports at all?
No.
And once you created those phone extractions, did you turn them over or put them in a place where additional investigators could retrieve them?
They were put on our phone dump server, and the other investigators could later retrieve those extractions.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Investigator McCorkle.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Were you ever told that there was a second phone that Colt Gray had?
Not that I recall.
Okay. As I understand, you didn't do anything with the computer. You didn't attempt to take anything off of the computer that was there at the home?
No.
And who would have done that?
I don't know. Maybe the GBI.
Okay. Do you know if anybody did?
I don't.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, may he be excused?
Yes, you're free to go. Any additional witness?
Yes, sir. It's going to be a similar type.
Okay.
You got Tom?
Yes.
State calls Luke Pyatt. Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony you give in matter and opinion before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, have a seat, please. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Luke Pyatt, spelled Lukepyott.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do for it?
I'm a sworn investigator.
Okay, and what did you do before you came to the district attorney's office?
I work for the Winder Police Department.
Okay, and are you what's referred to as post-certified?
Yes.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
I started with Winder PD in 2019. I was certified in June of that year.
Okay, and what are your duties with the district attorney's office?
I wear a lot of hats. I work major felony cases, post-arrest or post-charges, things like sexual assault, murder, aggravated assault, child abuse. certified in June of that year.
Okay. And what are your duties with the district attorney's office?
I wear a lot of hats. I work major felony cases, post-arrest or post-charges, things like sexual assault, murder, aggravated assault, child abuse. The danger and then render aid to anyone who needs it. The third step is to secure evidence, to preserve it for processing and gathering. And so we were kind of already past those first two steps when I got involved and when I got here. So my priority was to find what evidence was out there. And in this case, my crime scene was the internet. So we were looking for a lot of different things that could be out there related to this suspect, their associates, any accomplices, any family members. And so we were trying to identify anything that might be linked to them in particular before their name was released and there might be phony or dummy accounts created.
Okay. So what's the first step in preserving that kind of evidence?
So first we have to identify what that evidence might be. In this case, I was looking for things like phone numbers tied to the individuals related to the investigation, email addresses, usernames. We typically gather that information through both public records and law enforcement restricted databases. And from that, we are able to cast a wider net. We use a process called OSINT, or open source intelligence, which allows us to take something like an identifier, a phone number, or an email address, and to query hundreds of different places all across the internet to see if there's associated info. So for example, if I had a suspect's phone number, I might be able to find that they also had a Snapchat account. And that Snapchat account linked to that phone number might contain valuable evidence. So we would want to know about that quickly.
Okay. So if you do find out that the phone number is related to a certain Snapchat, Instagram, Amazon, things of that nature, these companies, what do you do at that point?
So the very first step is preserving that evidence. Some digital evidence can last minutes, days, weeks, sometimes more than a year. Our priority is to make sure that what's there at the moment is not lost. And so we send out preservation requests to the various companies that may host this information.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you do that?
That was on the day of the shooting.
Okay. And what companies did you send out preservation requests to?
I believe on the date of the incident, it was various cellular and phone carriers. There was AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Comcast, Windstream, Intelliquent. We also sent off a few for social media. I believe it was Facebook and TikTok.
Okay. And what else did you do on that day?
So I was kind of acting as a liaison with various different agencies. In particular, I was communicating heavily with the Department of Family and Children's Services to try to get the records for the suspect's family as quickly as possible.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to take your attention to the next day, September 5th, and actually September 5th, 6th also. What did you do on those days?
So we were still looking for what evidence we needed to preserve. I found additional phone numbers that we also sent off preservation requests for. I also sent off preservation requests for Apple and Google accounts associated with the suspect.
Okay. Did you also subpoena records from Advantage Behavioral Health System?
Yes.
Call logs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive those?
Yes.
Okay. Show us Mark State Exhibit number 161. Your Honor, I tender state statement number 161 in the business records exceptions. They're the Advantage Healthcare call logs.
Any objection?
No objection, other than whether it goes to the jury, which we'll take up later.
All right, 161 submitted.
On September 11th, what did you do?
I sent off another preservation request specifically for Amazon records.
And for what account in Amazon?
It was the Amazon account that we knew was being utilized by Colin Gray based on some data that we found in a mobile device extraction.
Okay. And then what did you do on September 12th?
So on that day, I did a few things. I issued a subpoena to the Department of Natural Resources trying to get some records for a shooting range that we received information was used by the suspect and his family. That was the Clybell shooting range. I also issued a subpoena to Mike's Gun Room because they were the gun dealer that we had information had sold the gun involved in this incident. And I also procured a search warrant for some school records for the Colt Gray from West Jackson Middle School.
The business record, the Mike's Gun Room, did you receive those back, those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I tender state statement number 164 on the business records certification for Mike's Gun Room business records.
Same objection.
All right, 164 submitted.
On September 13th, what did you do?
I had heard back from the Department of Natural Resources at this point, and they had communicated to me that they may have additional records relating to the defendant and his family for two other ranges, Big Laser Creek and Wilson Shoals shooting range. And so I issued them another subpoena for those records specifically.
Same objection.
Your Honor, I tender state statement number 165 on the business records exception for the records from Wilson Shoals Gun Range.
All right, 165 submitted.
On September 16th, what did you do?
I sent a subpoena to Amazon for the records I'd previously preserved.
Okay. And then on September 18th, what did you do?
I took quite a few search warrants out for various identifiers we had previously preserved. Those were T-Mobile, Verizon, Apple, TextNow, and to TikTok.
Okay. And on September 19th, what happened?
I received the Amazon records back.
This time I tender state statement number 162 into evidence under the business records section.
Same objection, Judge. And I'm not sure whether some of the photos there in the back or something will be done later. Whether Amazon actually sent those, whether they were photographs and stuff like that. But we'll discuss that later.
I can
Is 162 part of what you received with the business record?
talk to them.
Okay.
Check marks 162 next to me like that. And I think there were specific, are those the Amazon records you got back from Amazon?
Partially, the images in the back were not included with the Amazon disclosure.
Okay.
Just the spreadsheet portion.
Just the spreadsheet portion? was?
Yes.
Okay. So we would tender the other part, Your Honor.
So removing the
Removing.
photographs, is that,
Yeah.
and again, I haven't seen it, so, all right. remove the photographs and balance of stage 162 is good.
Thank you. All right, moving on in the next few days, did you receive any records from T-Mobile?
Yes, I did.
Okay. There's exhibit number 168 Your Honor, this is what I have here is a description of the records. The actual records are digital. And they're on the hard. They're on the hard drive.
So 168 specifically is what?
It's the T-Mobile records, Your Honor.
All right. 168 is
On October 18th, did you do a search warrant for Georgia Cyber Academy school records?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what is Georgia Cyber Academy?
It is an online homeschool option. Essentially, it allows students in Georgia to attend school over the internet.
And what were you asking for?
Any enrollment, attendance, any information whatsoever about Colt Gray.
Did you receive a response from them?
Yes.
And what was that response?
They had no records whatsoever.
Your Honor, tender states number 166, which is what we were just referring to in the evidence.
Thank you, Judge. All right, 166 is good.
Okay. On October 26th, did you receive some Verizon account records?
Yes, I did.
And oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, 167 under the business records is the Verizon case. That is also digital and is on the hard drive. We have the other digital stuff on.
Okay. All right, 167 is good.
Are you familiar with the app Discord?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's a third-party communication service. It allows messaging between two users. It allows video streaming, video chatting, voice calling. It is different from a lot of other messaging services in that it is designed for groups to be able to interact in what they call servers. So multiple individuals can drop in or out of a voice channel, a video channel, or a text channel anytime they like.
Okay. And did you ask for records from Discord related to this case?
I did.
Okay. It's also digital, Your Honor. It's going to be states 163, tendered under the business records exception.
Communication of 163. Same objection. I think I know, but for the record, when you say same objection, you mean whether or not it goes out with the charade.
That's correct, Judge, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to. All right, 163 is admitted.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Just a couple of things. Are you familiar with the dark web? Have you dealt with that before?
I have, yes.
And who did the extraction of the computer there at home? Mr. Gray, do you know?
I don't know offhand, no.
Can you be excused?
You may go on.
Thanks, sir. ladies and gentlemen, we're done for the day. You're doing a great job. You keep being on time, and I haven't received any complaints, so keep it up. Don't do any research. Don't discuss the case with anybody. Good evening. From the extractions. I realize you may not be able to predict what day that's going to be, but I want the defense to review it before, so that morning I can perhaps have the jury come in a little later, so we're not leaving it in there for an hour and a half while we go through various objections.
Yes, sir.
All right, see y'all at 9.
Thank you, Judge.